advanced, and then intermediate again.
Okay.
So that's on the group chat. Good morning and welcome to day 3 of the British Aerobatics Open and National Championships. We've had 2 fantastic days of flying. All the sequences planned have been flown, and day 3 looks like it will be just the same. We have 25 pilots lined up, sequences learned, ready to show us what they've got. We have 5 sets of sequences to be flown today. So the intermediate category will be flying twice. Once they will be the first up to fly, and then they will fly again at the end of the day. Followed by the intermediate will be first off this morning, and followed by the unlimited pilots at the top end of the sport, and then sport, and then advanced, and then intermediate again. So in the air already we have Thierry Schmidt de la Brélie, who is flying his Pitts S1. It's an S1S, which means it has a fixed pitch propeller and 180 horsepower, which means he has to be careful not to overspeed it as he heads, as he speeds up, pointing downhill. Thierry is doing the low lines, which means he is flying around the box. So the box is an imaginary kilometre square cube directly above Sywell Airfield, where we find ourselves in this fantastic facility for the Open, directly above the airfield, and it's marked on the ground with markers at the cardinal points and with a big X in the middle, so that when the pilot's in the air, even at 3,500 feet, they can see quite clearly where the box is, and it's within that box that they have to perform all the maneuvers and the sequence that they have been given. And at this part of the competition, we are into unknowns, which means pilots have never flown the sequences they have been given. They were given them yesterday. They get a number of hours to prepare them on the ground, work out where they need to be, how to fly each maneuver, what speed, and working out how to place them in front of the judges to their best advantage. Because if they're too far to the left, or they're too far to the back, or too far to the right, they'll get marked down, because the judges are human. They can only see what they can see. And also, if it's too far to the left, they can't see if the 45-degree line is accurate or the rolls are accurate. So the best place to put these maneuvers is right in front of the judges, a few hundred meters away, not too far away. And so those pilots that can manage that will get scored better. And the way the scoring works is that each maneuver has a difficulty rating. Each maneuver has a number of rolls and lines and so forth, and then has a difficulty rating which is expressed as a number. It's called a K factor. Between kind of 15 and 50 is the difficulty factor of each individual maneuver. And there are typically 10 to 12, sometimes 13 or 14 maneuvers in a sequence, and you add that all up and you get a total K factor for the whole sequence. Top of unlimited, it can be 450, 460K. For this sequence that Thierry is about to fly, it's about 230, 235K. And then each maneuver is then scored out of 10, depending on the rules for how many degrees you are off, or whether you wobbled the stop, or whether you left too much of a gap. And those deductions are then multiplied by the K factor, and you get a percentage for each. You get a score out of 10 for each maneuver, and multiply that all up, you get a percentage for the whole sequence. So good is anything above 70. Actually, anything above 65 is good. Anything above 75 is excellent. If you manage to get 80% or more, you really are tip top. And if you're in the 50s, then there's obviously been a significant error. So what can happen is if you say roll the wrong way, instead of rolling left, you roll right, then effectively you have flown the wrong maneuver. You've flown the wrong something in that maneuver you have done incorrectly. You then get what's known as a hard zero, which means you get scored no points for that particular maneuver. And so clearly that drags the score of the whole sequence right down. So the hard zero is the bogeyman. Nobody wants a hard zero, but they do happen. So even one of those in a sequence will tank your scores. So we all try to avoid a hard zero. There are 6 judging teams. So each judge will score what he sees, and then all those scores are collated, and there is some statistical analysis to even them out, take away any anomalous scores, so that the score can be as fair as possible. It's quite a tough job being a judge, having to watch every single roll of every single plane all day and sitting in the field in the bright sunshine. But we have some very experienced judges who've been doing it a long time, who know what they're doing and know what to look for. And when it gets to the unlimited level, when pilots have the maximum difficulty sequences that are very busy, lots of rolls and flicks and lines and so forth, it can be really quite challenging to judge those. So we're very fortunate to have some judges who were themselves world-class unlimited pilots. So they not only know what they're looking at, they know what it feels like in the cockpit, and they can tell when something hasn't gone right almost before it's been flown sometimes. That is the experience we have on the judging line. So Thierry is just flying back and forth across the box at 2 different heights. For intermediate, the base height is, I believe, 1,000 feet. That is the bottom of the box. But there is then a disqualification height below that, 660 feet. So he then has to fly to and fro at that height so that the judges can get their eye in and understand where low is. This is a safety feature, so that if any pilot gets close to the bottom of the, gets to the bottom of the box, gets below that level, they are called and told to stop flying, reposition themselves higher up to avoid any issues. And if anybody flies below 660 feet in an intermediate sequence, they're immediately disqualified. There are no questions asked. They're asked to land. Sometimes pilots can get very carried away with what they're doing and lose the ability to check what height they're at. So we have safety measures in place to make sure that that remains safe. And the final pass Jerry is making is directly at the judges, down what's known as the B axis, straight up and down, straight towards the judges, because of course from their perspective, how 660 feet looks at the back towards when it's right above you is very, very different. So they need to get their eye in, and he does that little jink with his wings to signify the back, the middle and the front of the box. Here's the front of the box coming up, a little jink any moment. There it is. And so obviously if pilots end up behind the judges out of the box, they can risk their maneuver not being scored. And in that instance, if they carry on flying out of the box, the judges will, who are in permanent two-way communication with them, will call them up on the radio and say box, 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 which means you are no longer in the performance area. You need to stop what you're doing and reposition yourself. All pilots have to stay in two-way communication with the judges at all times when they're flying in the box, another safety precaution. And the control tower is managing all the traffic outside of the aerobatic box, making sure that no one comes anywhere near it, but we also have spotters too. issues so far during this contest, as Thierry now positions himself to come in and do his safety figures. Each pilot warms themselves up, warms the aircraft up, checks that the aircraft is behaving as expected. Even though he's been flying the last 2 days, every morning the aircraft is checked, make sure the oil is at the correct level, make sure everything is full and free and brakes are correct. All those little checks that are done every morning before flying to make sure the aircraft is fully fit. And indeed the pilots need to make sure that they are fully fit and properly hydrated in this hot weather. It's very easy to get dehydrated. Very important to stay hydrated, because if it's hot on the ground, it's even hotter up in the aircraft. You're effectively a few thousand feet closer to the sun, and in a tiny glass house, a little canopy, hot engine not a few feet away from you, it can get very warm in the cockpit. And some pilots even wear headbands to stop the sweat running into their eyes. It can get very, very hot, especially when fly in countries where it's 35 degrees, which actually is this country in the last few weeks. It can get very warm in the cockpit. So Thierry is just doing his safety checks, half roll upside down, and then doing one of a few vertical maneuvers just to check the aircraft is behaving. The engine is in good condition. All the controls are working as they should. Very important to make sure nothing is not doing what it should. So Thierry will now get himself ready to come tipping in, and the symbol he gives us and the judges that he is ready to compete are 3 wing rocks, and then he will dive in to do this second unknown sequence. So as I've said, this is a sequence that Thierry or no other pilots have flown before. They've had to plan it on the ground, work out where and how to get all these maneuvers done, and be flying it for the first time. Quite a tricky sequence. It's got spins and loops and P-loops, and it's got a flick on top of a loop, which is called an avalanche. Pilots love to give names to particular figures. We've got Humpty Bumps, Goldfish, Cubans, avalanches, reverse Cubans, knife edge, and then the rather more prosaic stall turn. But as you move up to unlimited, there you get some very exotic names, which we will be getting to later today. So there is the first wing rock from Thierry, indicating he's ready to go. Third wing rock, let's fly. Thierry Schmidt-Labrelli, unknown 2, intermediate, figure 1. Pulling up to the vertical for this P-loop. He now has to make a nice P shape at the top, nice circular, and then as he comes out to level, 2 half rolls, staying on axis. 1, 2. Now pulls up into a stall turn with a quarter roll on the way up, so he's got to roll a quarter and keep it on axis. There's the quarter roll, and there's the stall turn. That's very good. And then he's going to come towards, so on the B axis, and then do a Humpty Bump. So pull up and then move himself a little bit back doing a little half loop at the top there and back down, and then 2/8 of a roll, that's it, which he's done neatly, and then pulling out and going into a goldfish. So this is going up 45 degrees with 4/8 of a roll. 2, 3, 4. Very good. He needs to hold that line and then gently and smoothly pull it round in a nice looping segment until he's going up 45 in the other direction, all the while keeping on axis. Nice clean 45-degree line, which he will then cap off and make sure he's in the right place for the spin. Looks like it's steepening a little bit. And now the spin is where he closes the throttle and puts the aircraft into a controlled spin. So he's pushing it forward into the wind, which is probably quite wise because the wind is pushing him back, and then he'll close the throttle, taking a little bit long to wait for the aircraft to, and he's descending a little bit, which is not ideal, but he will fall into the spin. There it goes. It's a 1.5 turn spin, so not quite a complete spin. Pulling right back up, big G here at the bottom, up to a 45-degree line with 2 quarter rolls on this line. There's 1 and there's 2, and then capping off inverted. Now Thierry's plane is very small and he is quite a long way back in the box, so it's beginning to be hard to see him, so he needs to bring it closer in, so he needs to cheat it closer to the judges. He's pulling round up to the 45 and now he has to do a half flick. Almost did it, stopped a little bit early on that one. He needs to cap off that inverted line and then a simple half loop down, and then he needs to then do a Humpty Bump with a quarter roll on the way up and a quarter roll on the way down in order to position himself for the avalanche. So Thierry has elected to do some wing rocks, so that will be because he's not happy with where he is. I'm assuming it may be that he's forgotten what's next, but more likely he wants to reposition his aircraft, both to bring it closer to the judges and also probably height, although his height looks pretty good. Doesn't look like he was getting too low, but this is at sports level. It's called a free break, so the pilots are allowed to take a break like that whenever they wish. This is because at sports level, still learning, things can get out of shape, so give the pilots plenty of time to just take a break, recollect their thoughts, get themselves back in the game, get the aircraft where they want it to be, and then start again without penalty. At the higher levels there is a small penalty, but there is a penalty for taking a break unless a free break for all has been declared, which would only be declared if there was some sort of low cloud base, which is not the case at the moment. We have beautiful, very, very high cirrus cloud, and Thierry is just collecting his thoughts and getting himself set up to come back in for this Humpty Bump, and then, which is a turnaround figure, and then into the avalanche. This is intense stuff doing this. It looks relatively calm from the outside. It's certainly not calm in the cockpit. So a cool head and relaxed hands are what you need, but with a sharp sense of what you're doing. It's called being ahead of the aircraft, knowing what you're about to do, focusing on the next thing, so that you're not experiencing things as they happen, that you have thought them ahead. That's what being ahead of the aircraft is, so that you're always in control, always know what you're doing. Because every manoeuvre is, in a way, a preparation and positioning for the next one. It's a very tricky sport, this. So Thierry taking his time to get himself where he wants to be. also be that there's some other issue that he's discussing with the judges, but it, as he heads towards the box, would suggest that he is ready to get going in. We'll know because he'll do some wing rocks, and that is the indication that he is restarting. If he is restarting at figure 8, he will have to be going the other way, but we shall see. There's no penalty for taking a bit of time to get yourself. That's interesting. Inverted wing rocks. He is going to start at figure 6. Pulling down. And up to the 45. No, that was figure 7. He's now going into figure 8. So I am not sure where he is in the sequence. This is figure 10. So he is now flying this, unfortunately, the wrong way around. So he's got confused between figure 7, he missed out figure 8, which was a turnaround figure. So he is flying figure 11, but he is flying it the wrong way around because he missed out a figure. He ended up going the wrong way into the figure after it. So he flew figure 7 and then went straight into the avalanche rather than flying figure 8. So this is good flying, but it will be all for naught. He is doing a knife edge, and then he'll come across to do a stall turn. Hopefully he'll place it right in front of the judges. Yes, he's still quite a long way back in the middle of the box. There's the stall turn at the top. A little bit late, he's a little bit descending on the way down, but he's got a nice straight line out the back of it. And now a 4-point roll to conclude. 1 without dipping, 2, 3, 4. He's done that very nicely. That's a very nice 4-point roll. However, that will not be scored because he's done it in the wrong direction. So this is a brutal sport, because one simple mistake, missing out a figure, can then invalidate everything you do after that. So when he lands and realizes what he's done, he will be kicking himself. In French, no doubt. So Thierry there, it's moved up to intermediate, and it's a lot. There's a lot to think about in the air. Having the mental capacity not just to fly all these complicated maneuvers and remember them, but to cope with the inevitable problems that arise, and having to restart a sequence, work out where you need to restart it, and then do the figures in the right order. So he'll be disappointed with that, because the second half of that was flown quite nicely. Lovely 4-point roll at the end there. Aircraft did not dip, which is a good use of the feet. Good stall turn, which I know he's been practicing. Avalanche was actually pretty good, but just all in the wrong direction because figure 8 was missed out. So our next competitor is Ruth Scott. In her one design, little red and white aircraft based at White Waltham. Fantastic little aircraft, these one designs, hand built off plans designed by a guy called Dan Rinn. Hugely capable aircraft, despite only having a small, relatively small 160 horsepower engine, but very small, very capable aerobats, perfect for intermediate and indeed advanced. A little bit short on power for some of the vertical maneuvers at advanced, and indeed we have a pilot in the UK who flies one at unlimited. He has to take a break and reposition for altitude because he doesn't have enough power to drive up like the larger 6-cylinder machines do, but all the maneuvers are there. So Ruth just doing her safety maneuvers, checking the aircraft and her straps and everything is ready to go. Ruth shares the aircraft with one of our sports competitors, Rich Gale, and a couple of others, based at White Waltham. It's a very good way to make aerobatics really quite affordable as a hobby. Get a relatively inexpensive aircraft, share it between a few people who have similar ambitions, and costs come down dramatically. So you don't have to own your own aircraft to fly aerobatics. You can share with some like-minded people, get to an airfield, find other people who want to do the same thing, and share it all the way up to unlimited, all the way through. It's a very good way to make this hobby work financially. And here is Ruth coming straight in, no messing about. Here are the wing rocks, tipping in for the third wing rock. Let's fly. Ruth Scott, intermediate, unknown 2, figure 1. Pulling up for the P-loop, pulling over the top, making a nice shape. Pull out and 2 half rolls. Clean, crisp, on axis, very good. Then up into a stall turn with a quarter roll on the way up. So driving a little bit into wind to get her positioning correct, because there's a little bit of a breeze from the left. There's the quarter roll. A little bit of a wobble at the end of that. You can see her drifting in the wind to the right. There's the top of the stall turn, a nice clean straight line on the way back down. So she's moved 100 meters in the wind. And she pulls out, and then there's a Humpty Bump. She elected to go away, which in a small aircraft maybe she should have come towards. So she's coming back towards, she's centre box and 2/8 of a roll. And that feels like she might have gone the wrong way. That does feel like that roll on the way down from the Humpty was the wrong way, because it feels like she is doing this in the wrong way, which means that the spin will be downwind now. So she has done that the wrong way. I wonder whether she will notice when she comes over at the top of this goldfish pushing off and realizing that she is facing the wrong way for the spin. She's at the right height, in the right place, but facing the wrong way. power is coming down. She's going ahead. 1.5 turn spin. Aircraft takes a long time to slow down, and then she'll be pulling up sharply into a 45 with 2/4 rolls on it, but it is the wrong way. 1, 2. So the second competitor to have one simple error means that the rest of the sequence will not be scored if it's the wrong way. So she's pulling down into this down Cuban, and then as a half flick on the way up. Nicely done. Hold that line, bit of a wobble, pull off level, and then there's a half roll, sorry, a half loop back down the wrong way, and then there'll be a Humpty Bump to reposition herself, and I say she's got space to come towards, but actually what she should do is wing rock and get herself back on axis. 1/4 roll on the way up. She's elected to go away, but she'll make it tight so she won't go very far away. Pull over the top, and then another 1/4 roll to get back on the A axis, and then she'll come into this avalanche, which is a loop with a full flick at the top. Good. So here are the wing rocks. It took her 3 maneuvers, 3 figures, but she has realized she's going the wrong way. So when you're preparing on the ground, you say, when I come out of this maneuver, I will have the runway on my left and the hangars on my right, or whatever it may be. And that sometimes you've got to have the presence of mind that when you come out of a maneuver and you go, hang on, the runway's on the other side. Why is that? To wing rock and realize what's gone wrong. And it took her 3 maneuvers, which she will have zeroed, unfortunately. So she's now working out, where do I need to be? And will reposition herself to come back in and do that avalanche, going the other way, going from right to left. But it takes a little while in the cockpit to calm down, reorient yourself, work out where you are in the sequence, where you are above the ground, where you need to be. Feels like she should be needing to start again where she started the whole sequence. Let's see. Often say that this looks like a pilot with a think bubble coming out. So she is now wing rocking to come in from the left. Well, I'm as confused as you are. This appears to be her restarting in a much better position, closer in for the avalanche, but still going the wrong way. Beautiful flick, a little bit flat at the top, but a beautiful flick at the top of the loop. Full roll, and then pulling up into this Cuban figure, where she'll settle on the 45 down and do 2/4 rolls. 1, 2, nicely done. And then pull out, and then she will do a Humpty Bump, which will be pull straight up, 1/4 roll, and then pull over. And now she's coming towards, which is a good thing because she's a small aircraft, she can afford to do that. And then that gives her more space to then go away to do this knife. So she'll go up, still only at half box, 2/8 of a roll, and then pull over the top, inverted. And then half roll, hold the line, pull out with some good speed for a clean stall turn. Little bit late on the pivot, but still clean lines up, clean lines down, which is very good. and then a nice 4-point roll to finish off without dipping the nose. So here we go. 1, oh no, wing rocks. So now that's slightly curious. So she may now have finally realised she's going the wrong way, or something else is wrong. Because most of that sequence from figure 3 onwards has been flown in the wrong direction, so she will have zeroed every figure. From only figure 1 and figure 2 will have been scored. Despite some very nice flying. And that think bubble is even bigger above that aircraft, and she's coming round again from the wrong side. So if she's going to dive in and do the 4-point roll, no, this would be the correct side to come in if she's going to do the 4-point roll. Here we go. 2, 3rd wing rock. She's going to now come and do the final figure the correct way. Wait until she's in front of the judges. 3, 4, and the final wing rocks. And so the next competitor has actually taken off, assuming that that was the end of her sequence. A little bit previous. Always worth waiting until the pilot has gone back onto the tower frequency to say aerobatics complete, rather than wait for the wing rocks, because now we have 2 aircraft in the air. So the tower will be managing this. We just need to be careful. As Ruth will need to get into the circuit and land her plane safely, whereas Jacob Hinson in his extra has gone very wisely out of the circuit. He knows this area very well. He'll have gone out just to stay well clear. A couple of minutes doing a couple of orbits just to give Ruth space to land safely, and then he'll come back and get on with the sequence. So that's all good. So Ruth, when she lands, will be kicking herself because it felt like she only realised that she was doing it the wrong way as she came out of the final stall turn of the penultimate figure, and then did her last figure, the 4-point roll, in the correct way. So she will be judged for figure 1, figure 2 and figure 14, but as far as I can tell, none of the other figures will count. So now we have Jacob Hinson in his extra 300L coming into the box to do his safety figures. Ruth is well clear. So Jacob checking his straps, rolling inverted, giving the aircraft a good couple of pushes, and then plenty of speed and power in this extra 300L to go straight into a vertical maneuver. Very nice stall turn. As I said, Jacob's a local. He actually grew up in Sarwell Village, and by his own admission was a hangar rat for the Blades. So the Blades formation team were based here for a number of years, and this aircraft is actually one of the Blades aircraft, and he knew the Blades very well. Used to sweep the hangars, polish the planes as a teenager, and so when the time came for them to sell their aircraft, he was at the head of that queue and managed to pick up one of those 300s, and now is flying in these very skies where he grew up. He actually bases it at an airfield, a small airfield a few miles away, but still lives in this area. So this is home turf for Jacob as he turns his 300L back around, heading towards the aerobatic box. There's the first wing rock, nice 90-degree wing rock. And the other way, and coming in third wing rock, let's fly. Jacob Hinson, second unknown, intermediate, figure 1. Up into the P-loop, nicely centralized, straight line, nice shape at the top. Pulls it round, looking to do 2 clean half rolls, staying on heading. There's 1, there's 2, and then straight up into a stall turn with a quarter roll on it. Very nicely done. And then a nice clean rotation at the top. That's it. Clean line on the way out. And then straight up into a Humpty Bump. And now the direction of these 2/8 rolls that he will do on the way down will dictate whether or not he flies the rest of the sequence in the correct direction. It needs to be, that's good. So he is now going to go into the goldfish in the correct direction, up to the 45, 4, 8, 3, 4, slightly over, but very crisp. And then pulling round, nice looping shape back up to the 45, giving himself some time and space, back up to the 45, and now he's positioning himself for the spin. So he has to push off and then get on with the spin. Now he'll be nicely positioned given the wind, push off, close the throttle, and then move into the spin. Don't allow yourself to speed up at this point. No, he's not. There you go. And then it's a 1.5 turn upright spin. Always tricky off a 45-degree line. There we go. That's 1.5. And then he'll pull it nicely back up into a knife edge, not a knife edge, a knife 45-degree line up, 2 quarter rolls, hold the line, and then crisply cap off inverted. There we go, to level. And then come round back up to the 45, ready for a half flick. Not too fast. Half flick. Nicely done. Little bit steep after. Come off level. And then slow flying, and then it's just a simple half loop down. And he can now see where he is. He correctly weighted to just give himself a little bit more penetration into wind. And now this is a Humpty Bump to position himself for the avalanche. So has space to come towards, so yes, good. A right roll, he will come towards, bring it a little bit close to the judges, but nicely positioned. And then on the other side, he will roll and then pull out and straight into the avalanche. So this is the loop with a flick on top. He needs to get on with this, so he does it central. There we go, nice positioning, and then a flick at the top of this. Here we go. Very nicely flown. That is a good figure. Nice round shape, flick at the top, very good. Now there's a full roll, and then up, and pulling round into the inverted 45 on the way down for 2/4 rolls. You need to be a nice 45 here. Positioning is good. 1, 2, hold that line. Pulling out, and now another of these Humpty Bumps, but this one with a 1/4 roll on the way up. Choose your direction, so he's going to go away. That's absolutely fine, because he then has enough space to come towards for this next figure. So he'll be coming right at the judges, but he can then pull straight up. Very good. And then 2/8 of a roll. That's the correct direction. Very good. And then pulling over the top. Little bit rushed. 45-degree line with a half roll. Hold the line. And then pull out. And now a nice clean stall turn. Very good. No rolls on the way up or down, just a nice, clean, straight line. Pivot at the top. And straight down. Jacob is doing a very nice job of this sequence. Just want a nice, clean 4-point roll right in front of the judges. 1, 2, 3, 4. That is a very good piece of flying, Mr. Hinson. All in the right direction. No obvious errors. He will score pretty well for that sequence. That is a good bit of flying. Kept his cool, knew where he was, put it all where it should have been. Good positioning in that all the figures were not too far left or right, not too far at the back, and not too close. There were tiny little wobbles and squibbles here and there, but that was a very well flown sequence. Good job. So he's letting his brains unscramble, and the cylinder's cool, and now he's making a dive down to join the circuit and make a calm landing. Always takes a little bit of time to get out of aerobatic brain and back into normal flying brain. Announce to the air traffic that you are finished with your aerobatics and rejoining the circuit, and he'll be making a right base to final turn shortly to bring it in onto one of the lovely grass runways here at Sywell. Full triangle of grass runway, so there's always a runway that can be into wind. Pilots electing not to fly on the hard runway, unless this is Jacob coming around to land on the hard. It's up to the pilot. Maybe a little bit of a crosswind. That may be what he's doing rather than choose one of the grass runways. The extra will have absolutely no issue with a low crosswind, but it looks like he's elected to land on the grass, slowed the aircraft down, put it into that side slip. Quite an aggressive side slip, Jacob. Maybe you don't need to do it quite as much as that, but he'll at least have a very nice clear view of the runway, whereas if he was pointing straight at it he wouldn't be able to see it past the nose. And just bringing it in to the interwind runway. we are moving on to the unlimited. The fourth intermediate pilot, John McCarthy, has a small problem with his aircraft, so if he can fix it, he is going to fly his intermediate sequence later on in the day. We can slot him in at some point during the day. That could be something simple like brakes or something that just isn't quite right, that he needs to get sorted on the ground before committing some aviation. But we are in for a treat. This is the unlimited second unknown, and there's some absolute humdingers in here. We have a square loop. We have a full mad cow. Figure 3 is a full mad cow. This is where pilots have to push, do some complicated rolls, ending up inverted, and then push up hard enough to maintain speed to do a 1.5 negative flick, followed by some further rolls. Called a mad cow because it makes the pilots go "Moo." That is what I'm told. We also have a push P loop with a flick on the way in, very tricky. And then we have an awkward multiple rolling half loop up as figure 30. There's a 14 figure sequence as we watch Barry do the low lines. So obviously at Unlimited these are much lower. Barry is from South Africa, but he's flying my plane today. He is showing the judges where the bottom of the box is for the Unlimited, so that they can get their eye in, and they're very clear. Same rules, but just different heights. So bottom of the box for Unlimited is 330 feet, 100 meters. Disqualification height 200 feet. No one has got near it, but it's always part of the mandatory safety procedure to make sure that the pilot demonstrates these heights to the judges before anyone flies, so that they can tell if anyone's getting close. And if the judges think you're low, doesn't matter what your altimeter says, you are classed as low and you will be asked. You'll be penalised if you're below 660, and if you're anywhere near 200 feet, you will be told to land. No questions asked. Coming straight in at the judges. What a beautiful aircraft that is. It's a 330 SC. Paint scheme of my own design. Barry comes into the second of the two heights. But yes, this sequence he's about to fly, it's a 14 figure sequence. Some very complicated things. Starts with a square loop. So that is where the pilots go straight up, straight across the top with some complicated maneuvers. Complicated because you're flying slow. Once you've gone up and you pull off inverted, you're only probably doing 100 knots. Sounds fast, but it really isn't in an aerobatic plane when you're expected to do flicks and rolls and maintain level. And then you come straight down. And the trick with a square loop is that it has to have 4 sides. So as you come back out of it and across the bottom, you have to do nothing for the full width, the same length that you flew across the top before you then pull into the next maneuver. If you pull into the next maneuver before then, you have not completed the figure and you will have zeroed the figure. So it's always a gotcha on a square loop. It's actually quite good that it's figure 1 in this sequence, because pilots can come in with all guns blazing, 200 knots plus, give themselves plenty of space, do a very big square loop. Whereas if it was later on in the sequence, they may not have the chance to get that kind of speed up, and it would have to be smaller and therefore more difficult. So Barry, having done the low lines, he's now coming in to do his safety figures. Even these figures, he'll be pulling 5 or 6G in that corner. Beautiful straight line into this lovely blue sky that we have here at Sywell. And each evening the pilots draw lots for the order of flight, because flying first isn't the best, because whoever flies first can't see how anyone else has fared with the sequence, especially when it comes to the wind. So the other pilots will all be watching Barry, or the other unlimited pilots will be watching Barry to see how the wind affects, and then adjusting their plans accordingly. So the moment to watch is when he's at the top of a vertical, and then you see, is he travelling one way or another? Against the backdrop of the clouds, and that gives you some indication of how much the wind is affecting. The forecast is about 10 to 14 knots at 2,500 feet, but that's just the forecast. The reality feels a little bit breezier than that, so the pilots have to take that into account and maybe spend little bit longer when they're headed into wind, just to make sure that they take into account how they'll drift back at the top of these lines. It's a very subtle art, managing the wind. It doesn't appear to be blowing them either towards the judges or all the way to the judges. It is just straight down the box is how we describe it. All that will have been in the plan, and then the reality of seeing how far you get moved. So in those safety maneuvers, you go up at a specified point, and when you come back down, you see where you are on the ground, and that will tell you how much the wind is blowing. Now Barry is doing a small circuit. I suspect that's because the judges are just making sure they've got all their paperwork correct, or he's gathering his thoughts before he tips in for this square loop. He will want to pull up just after the judges, so that when he comes back, the rolls and stuff at the top of the square loop aren't bang in front of the judges, so that the judges are in the centre of the square. So here he comes. 2 wing rocks. 2, 3 wing rocks. Barry Eels from South Africa. Unknown 2, unlimited. Figure 1, square loop. Pulls up. And across. So now he's got to do a 3/4 positive flick, and then a 3/4 roll. Nicely done. Time it, and then pull down to the 3rd side, and then pull across to the very important 4th side of the box, and he's flown that very well. Now they go up, vertical, half negative flick, punch it. That was nicely done. And then push over to a down 45 when he's got a 1/4, 3/4 roll combination. He's positioning this very well. 1/4, 3/4, 2 inverted, push out, minus 5G there. Now the mad cow, full roll, and then push up, pushing really hard to maintain speed. And at the top of this push, minus 6-7G, there's a punch of another 6G for a 1.5 neg. There it goes, 1.5 to inverted, and then 2 half rolls. Little bit of a gap before the half rolls, bit of a downgrade, I suspect. Now pushing another minus 6G up into a Humpty Bump with a 1/4 roll. Have enough speed to do a 1/4 roll. Barry's done a very good job of that. very slow over the top here now, just battling to keep the aircraft straight and narrow. And now straight down, and now going into a big positive G, so a big G swap there. Positive, being gentle to make sure that's okay, and a quarter roll to bring him back on axis. And now, slow 8-point roll followed by a half negative flick. This is really quite tricky. So he'll pick his moment to start. 8-point rolls, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Punch the neg flick. That looked like a roll to me. Anyway, got 1.5 rolls on the way back up. To inverted. This is very good flying so far in terms of positioning and the inverted, and then push up even further. Up. Getting very high into a stall turn. Now, for my money, he needs to bring this back down. He's probably at 3,500 feet now. He needs to do a half roll, but bring it back down. Half roll, nice long line to bring it back down. This is what he's doing. Very good. Now he goes up dead center box into a tail slide. Just a little bit past. He's electing to push it over to the left. 3/4 roll, and then a canopy down tail slide. So he wants to slide the aircraft backwards, but do it so that it falls backwards at this point. There it is. Nicely done. And then on the way out, just a 3/4 roll. And is he going to go away or towards? He's going to go back across very nicely. Now this complex P-loop, pulling up, and then a full flick immediately on this line, and then enough speed to hang on and then create a push shape. And he's got a 4-point roll at the top here. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's very nicely done. That's a really tricky thing to do. And now he's got a 1 1/4, 1 3/4 roll combination from inverted to erect. 1 1/4, 1 3/4. Beautifully done. Now up into a repositioning Humpty Bump with a 1/4 up and a 1/4 down. So is he going to go towards or away? He is going to come towards because he's about mid-box, so he's just giving himself a little bit of space to come towards. Not much of a change. And then to the right. And now he has this complicated goldfish. So up 45, in which he does a full roll and then a half flick. Full roll and then a half positive flick. Pull flick. Nice. And then smoothly round, making a big round shape. Then back up the other side, where he has a 3/4 and then opposite 2 of 8 combination, roll combination. Again, keeping that line steady. 3/4 roll, there it is. 2 of 8, 1/4, and 8/8, and then capping off, inverted, and then straight into a S-bend. This is a simple maneuver to reposition, using this to move himself in the box should he need to get himself into the right place. So it's a simple half roll on the way up. He's giving himself plenty of time, really making that big. That's a little bit long before, but he's making these very big to make sure he gives himself space and position himself exactly where he wants to go for this next figure. Up 45. This is a half roll and then full pos flick from inverted. Pos flick from inverted. And then back on the line. Those are tricky, those pos flick from inverted. So you're already inverted and you pull towards the ground. And then back down to a smooth, and then this tricky roll combination. 4 half rolls, 2, 3, 4, pull up, and then he's got 1.5 roll, and then an opposition 4/8 of a roll. Keeping this nicely on axis. There's the 1.5, and 4/8. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then a roller. He's got to turn away, and this is a 270 roller with 1.5 turns. So these are 90 degrees. 2, So actually that roller is even more complicated. He has to, that was a good flight from Barry, some very tricky maneuvers in there, but that roller is actually turning 270 degrees with 1.5 rolls, but the first roll is inside and then you stop and start rolling the other way. So this is one of the most complicated rollers, not the most complicated roller, but it really is. It's an innie-outie. So the first 180, he has to do 90, 90 rolling inside, and then 90 rolling outside, and then end up on axis. So for my money, he didn't end up precisely on axis, but got very close. I'm not absolutely on the axis for the judges, but I'm really not that far away from it. But that was a very good flight in terms of positioning. Everything was in the right place, handled it very well. The mad cow didn't get him. My only question was his neg half flick. But I'm sure the judges will be all over that. They've got some very experienced judges who know the difference between a roll and a flick. And in these busy unlimited sequences, it can be very challenging to spot those things. And it also doesn't matter what it felt like inside the plane. It may have flicked inside the plane, but if it didn't look like it flicked, then it won't get scored like it flicked. Especially these carbon fiber winged high performance planes really can flick very, very fast. It can be very difficult to spot as a judge. So one of the things pilots have to do is to make sure they give enough gap between the punch and the foot, so that it's really, so people see the incidence change and they can really tell that it went. If it's all done smoothly and quickly, it can be difficult to know whether it flicked or not from the ground. Barry is taxiing back across the grass. So this is a very tricky sequence, and we shall see what the other unlimited pilots make of it. But Barry did a pretty good job there. That's only one thing that I spotted, especially that complicated P-loop in the middle where they have to pull up, and it's bad enough having enough energy to go make a straight line and then pull across the top and do a 4-point roll, but you have to do a flick on the way up, which kills the energy. So it's a very careful balance of flicking as fast as you can, and but not too big a flick, so you don't lose too much energy, so you've still got enough juice to make a nice shape and still have controllability of the aircraft, even though they're flying the aircraft at the very edge of their aerodynamic capability. And of course, this is one of the reasons that these high-performance aircraft have such long ailerons. So here is Ekaterina Volkova, the US Unlimited team, also flying a 330 SC. So you'll notice that these planes have ailerons that come all the way almost to the fuselage, very long ailerons. And one of the principal reasons, apart from giving huge authority, is that even when there is no airspeed, even when you're flying at very, very low airspeed, the wash from the prop goes over the ailerons, so you can still control the roll of the aircraft. Even when you're stationary, the blow from the prop gives you that authority, because the inboard part of the ailerons are still in the prop wash, and that is what makes for really exciting airshow display flying, but also means that at these very low speeds in some of the parts of these figures, the pilots can still control the aircraft. It's a very, very different way of flying. You have to be very careful. You have to do a lot of maneuver, but it's difficult to stop if you do something wrong. But it does give these planes tremendous maneuverability, even at these very low speeds, all the way through the envelope, as it's called. They also have a notch at the end of the aileron. It's called a counterweight, which is like power steering. It enables you to roll the ailerons even when you're going at 200 knots and the aerodynamic forces are very high. So, Katerina coming in to do her safety checks. Vertical maneuver. She's pulling up directly above the runway and doing a stall turn. And now she'll be looking to see where she is. Has she moved? Has the wind moved her? How much has the wind moved her? I guess would be about 50 meters. It's probably about 15 knots up there, so not too far. She's just checking to make sure that the wind hasn't got too high and that she has to counter for it. She'll already have built into her plan to spend a second longer when she points into wind and where to place these figures. You're going to do a long vertical line and you know that the wind's going to push you back 50 meters or so. You need to place it 50 to 100 meters further into wind so that you end up exactly where you want to be. All that has to be figured in, as well as executing these incredibly tricky figures in this 14 figure sequence. So here she comes in, nice steep dive. Katerina Volkova, unlimited, unknown, 2, figure 1, full flick. Oh. Three-quarter flick, three-quarter roll. Yes, the flick was on the top, not on the line up. This is the square loop. Now, got to keep this line clean. Ooh, that looked a little bit previous to me. She's got into the second. Beautiful negative flick, no question about that flicking. And then pushing over the top. So she pulled up into that maneuver without really completing the box, I would say. Opposition rolls, push out, now the mad cow. Full roll, strong push up, lots of G, minus 7G, and then a punch 7G, 1.5, and then 2 half rolls, 1, 2, nicely done. Now another push up into a Humpty Bump with a quarter roll, so really getting very slow here, very slow over the top, but keeping it together. And she has elected to come towards at this point, so she's mid-box and she's going to come towards. And then quarter roll to place the next figure into wind. Now this is an 8-point roll, which takes quite a lot of box, and she will be speeding up through it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Flick, neg flick, punch it, half neg flick. That was pretty good. And then pulling it down and round. Up to the 45 for a 1.5 roll. Again to inverted. And then capping off. And then pushing back up again into a stall turn. These machines have tremendous capability even at these slow speeds. Stall turn. Simple half roll on the way down to set herself up for the tail slide. She needs to come, bring it down. That's good. Bring it down back into sensible height, and then punching into wind to place this tail slide at the left-hand side of the box. 3/4 roll. Long line before that 3/4 roll, and then a canopy down tail slide. So she'll slide the aircraft backwards and want it to fall away from us on its back. There it is, nice and straight, bit of a swing, and then a 3/4 roll on the way out. And the line after that roll, very good. Beautiful long lines there from Katerina. Now, this is the P-loop with a full flick on the way up. So she's waited before that P-loop. Now the 4-point roll. 2, 3, making a big shape. That's nicely done. Nicely done. Now this awkward roll combination of 1 1/4 and 1 3/4 the other way from inverted. 1 1/4, 1 3/4. Very nicely done. Straight up into a repositioning Humpty Bump. So she's pulling this towards, repositioning herself a little bit closer to the judges by using this Humpty Bump. And on the way down, she'll do a 1/4 roll to get her back on axis. And then moving into this complex goldfish. So up 45, full roll, and then a half flick, half pos flick. Holding the line. Little bit weak on the 45 there. Coming round. And then back up to the 45, beautifully on axis, and then a 3/4 roll opposite 2 of 8. 3/4, and then a 2/8 of a roll, and then holding that line, capping off inverted, and then now she's got a simple S-bend just to get herself, she can use to get herself back where she needs to be. So it needs to be on axis, but you can head off left or right depending on where you want to be. Just needs to make a nice shape. Simple figure, bit of a rest figure this one. Half roll, bit of a relaxation for an unlimited pilot, a figure like this. Comes around and just moved herself a little bit further away and pulling up into the 45, and got a half roll and then a full flick from inverted on a rising line. Full pull. That is beautifully done. That was a very nice flick. And then pulling smoothly round and setting herself up for this complex roll. 4 half rolls on the way in, and then pulling straight up, and then a 1 1/2 roll, and then 4 of 8 opposition whilst slow. 1 1/2, so that's a double roll, sorry, and then 4 of 8, my mistake. Katerina was correct. And now this roller. So this is 90 on the first 45, rolling in, 90 on the second 45, rolling in, and then changing direction of the roll, rolling out the last 90 degrees, rolling out. Very nicely done. That's a very, very good roller. That's a very good sequence from Katerina. Very nicely flown. She got the top of that half loop, figure 13, correct? I didn't. It was a double roll with 4 of 8's opposition. But that roller you saw there, how she, every half roll, she's turning 90 degrees, which is very difficult, only happens at unlimited. And then having done 2 of those, she then changes direction of the roll, but keeps the circle going. So she completes 270 and completes the roll and the turn as she reaches the right heading. It's a very difficult thing to do well, and she did it very well. So I thought that was a very good flight for a really quite a tricky sequence. That P-loop particularly, on the way up, a full flick, but still have enough energy to draw a nice shape at the top and do a 4-point roll whilst travelling very slowly for an aerobatic plane, maybe 90 knots, which is very slow. Bearing in mind the straight and level stall speed for an extra 330 SC is 67 knots. and if you have 20-30 degrees of roll on it, the stall speed goes up to over 70 knots. So that means that over 70 knots it will not fly in a straight line anymore, it will stall. So flying at 90 does not give you a huge amount of margin, and the controls feel very soft at that kind of speed. As Katerina brings it down to land on the hard runway here at the beautiful Sywell Airfield. So that was our second unlimited competitor. Very nice flight there from the US unlimited pilot Katerina Volkova. Part of her campaign of preparation and warm-up for the World Aerobatic Championships, which are happening this year in Iowa in the US, and Katerina is on the team and looking to do as well as she possibly can. So this summer of European Open competitions will stand her in very good stead for that. So look out for her if you're going to tune into the WAC or even maybe go there. That should be a great contest. The world's top aerobatic pilots competing for the title of World Aerobatic Champion. Can the French be toppled? Who knows? So our next competitor for Unlimited is our first British pilot, Steve Bakhtiari. So he's been flying very well his last couple of days. It's his first season at Unlimited, but flying very well. And here he is in his characteristic bronze dark XA41, all carbon fibre, same engine, the Lycoming 580 6-cylinder engine, 315 horsepower, or is it a 540? I must ask him. But an entirely different aircraft to the 330SC. It has no metal frame. It is all carbon fibre, very stiff, completely different planform wings, hugely capable, very powerful control surfaces, and a wonderful display aircraft. And Steve has been displaying it this year. He's on the display circuit, and the skills he has built up through competition flying have set him in good stead to be a very safe and exciting display pilot. So there he is, checking his harness. The roll rate on that aircraft is really quite astounding, and what to him is just checking my harness to most other pilots would be something that requires a weekend off. So Steve getting himself mentally and physically ready for this sequence. Tricky sequence, 14 manoeuvres, starting with a square loop. And figure 3, yet another mad cow. Lots of pushing, lots of negative G. But at least it's early on in the sequence. Plenty to challenge him in this sequence. Needs head. So he's coming in for safety figures. Practicing where he's going to start his sequence. So as he comes down, he'll be looking to see how far the wind has moved him. You can see now as he's coming down where he is. Super sharp roll rate, massive ailerons. Really exciting plane to watch fly. Steve will be flying freestyle tomorrow, freestyle Saturday. Tomorrow afternoon we'll be doing the freestyle when they get the smoke on. But today it's precision and accuracy with this complicated 14-figure unlimited unknown sequence. Deep breaths as he lines himself up, getting exactly the right height and the right speed that he wants, exactly the right place before he tips in. So here he comes, tipping in. Give us the wing rocks. 2, 3, let's fly. Steve Bakhtiari, unknown 2, unlimited, figure 1. Square loop, straight up. Chosen height, pulling across, and now a pos 3/4 flick from an inverted line, and then a 3/4 roll, a little bit of a dip there, and then pulling it back round. Wasn't quite as clean as perhaps he hoped. Pulling it back across to the bottom of the box before completing, yes, before he pulls up. Now a half neg flick, very nicely done. Pushing over into a knife edge at the top. Quite a long line after there. And then a 1/4, 3/4 roll combination. 1/4, 3/4 to inverted. Pushing out, -5 into the mad cow. So a full roll from inverted to inverted, and then a big push, -6, -7G, push, 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 push. Really tough. And then punch the dashboard with the stick. Oh, 1.5 roll. And then 2 half rolls. And he's got himself slightly off axis. 20 degrees off axis, and pushing up into the stall turn, into the Humpty. 1/4 roll, and he's coming towards, he's very close now because he's off axis, but he will see that as he comes down and he will fix it. There we go, already fixed. So he'll use this to move himself further away, get himself back on axis. Nice big half loop at the bottom there, and he's back in where he needs to be, pushing over the top. And now this slow 8-point roll followed by a half neg flick. Speeding up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Punch it for a half neg. That's it, and then pull round. And he's back on axis, back on the game, back up to the 45, 1.5 roll to inverted. Capping off inverted, and then pushing up again into a stall turn, a low speed stall turn. Plenty of performance on this XA41. Nice rotation at the top. Half roll on the way down, but he needs to bring it down, so give himself time, bring it back down into the performance zone, and then setting himself up for the tail slide, punching it into wind, left hand side of the box, 3/4 roll on the way up. A little bit short, he's cheating that round, and it needs to be a canopy down, so he's going to fall towards us as the plane flies backwards. There we go, falls towards us, and then a 3/4 roll the other way to get back on axis. There we go. And pulling out. And now this complex P-loop. Plenty of speed. Dead show centre. Full flick. Nicely done. Slightly over with enough juice to push over the top and do a 4-point roll at the top. Yes. 3, 4. Very nice. Push. That's another -6G push, and then a 1 1/4 roll followed by a 1 3/4 roll without dipping. 1 3/4. Very nicely done. Up into a Humpty Bump with a quarter up to reposition. Is he going to go away or towards? He is going to go away just to push himself a little bit further away from the judges. And then a quarter roll on the way back to head back, and then set himself up for this goldfish. So up 45, full roll followed by a half flick to inverted. There we go. Hold the line and then smoothly bring it round. A nice big figure here. Smoothly bring it round, making sure he's on axis. Up to the 45, a 3/4 roll and 2/8 the other way. 3/4, 1/8, 2/8, hold the line, inverted, and then break the line to level, and then pulling round into this frankly relaxing S-bend. So using this just to cool your head down, check where you are, half roll, and get yourself back. This would be a very useful figure if there was a strong wind pushing you forward or back. You could use this to move about the box. That's what it's there for. And now he's into figure 13, so he pushes up, half roll, and then a full flick from inverted to inverted. Very nicely done. Pulls it round. And now this 4 half rolls, pulling up to another for a double roll, and then 4/8 the other way. So double roll to inverted and 4/8, 1, 2, 3, 4. And now this complicated roller. So 270 degrees, 90 each sector. So 90 degrees in the first roll, rolling inwards, 90 degrees on the second roll, slight stutter on the roll rate, and then rolling outside, but managing to get it all the way around. So on axis, little bit of a stutter there, got slightly behind it in the second half roll on the way in, but managed to pull it round or push it round on the inverted section, on the outer roller. So a good sequence there from Stephen. Some good flying. It all looked like it was all in the right place. Very good. No obvious errors. The judges will tell where the small errors were, but all the big bits seem to be in the right place. That will be enough flying for one day. That is a really tiring sequence to do. Lots of G from -7 or even 8 to +8 or 9. That's a big gap of G, big spread of G that pilots have to endure during that. It really takes a lot of practice and preparation to be able to do that. You have to be flying and pulling G regularly to be able to withstand that kind of G, and then there are specific muscle tensing techniques that you have to do before each maneuver to control the blood flow. So what you don't want to happen is you pull G and all the blood rushes out of your head, and you can get grey outs. But unlimited pilots, one of the reasons they are signed off to fly unlimited is that they have demonstrated the ability to manage that. You do not get signed off for unlimited if you're not well capable of withstanding and planning for and doing those G changes. So there's a fairly rigorous procedure for getting signed off at each level, and the sign off to unlimited is the most rigorous of all. But these pilots have all done that and need to stay current. That sign off isn't forever, it needs to be refreshed, all to make sure the pilots are well within their own personal capabilities. It's called being within your own flying envelope. The aircraft has an envelope of its capability, speeds, Gs and so forth, and weights, and the pilot also has one. So our next competitor taking off there is Philippe Varino, flying his Cap 232. So another Lyco, 6-cylinder Lycoming, but this time encased in a wooden fuselage. Has carbon fibre wings. Tremendously capable and manoeuvrable aircraft. But from a previous generation, still well capable of doing all the unlimited manoeuvres. But there are fewer and fewer of these around as the support system fades for these much loved aircraft. But the wooden fuselage does an awful lot of maintenance and checking compared to the metal framed aircraft or the carbon fibre aircraft. It's a whole different set of materials compared to this. Still a fearsome competitor. And there are two flying unlimited here. As Philippe does his safety manoeuvres. Checking this French-built aircraft is behaving. Actually used to belong to Gerald Cooper, who flew it internationally. World Aerobatics Championships. So if it's survived Gerald, it can survive pretty much anything. Because he really wrung every ounce of performance out of the aircraft he flew. Top pilot. So, Philippe Varino, representing Luxembourg, is going to tackle this 14-figure tricky sequence. So here is his wing rocks. 3 wing rocks. Here we go, let's fly. Philippe Varino, unknown 2, unlimited, figure 1. The square loop. Taller than the previous, a bigger loop, and he's got to do this 3/4 flick from inverted and a 3/4 roll. Slow and tricky, and then pulls it down. And then he's got to complete the box by flying a clean line at the bottom before he pulls up into the next manoeuvre, which he has done. Now, half neg flick, punch it. Very nicely done. And then pushing over the top to a 1/4, 3/4 roll combination to inverted. 1/4, 3/4 to inverted. And then a push out, about -5 or 6, and then the mad cow. Roll, push hard, -7, and then punch the dashboard with the stick for a 1.5 flick to inverted, and then 2 half rolls. So that looked like it was getting slow, but he's done a good job of holding that together, and now he has to push up into getting slightly off axis, but he'll spot that as he comes over the top of this Humpty Bump. He will spot he's off axis and will fix it And there is he is completely off axis. That should have been towards the judges. So what is he going to do now? So he is now, and he's gone inverted. So we're not quite sure what he's doing. Is he going to wing rock? So he clearly knows he got that figure wrong, but that's a 3/4 roll. So he's gone straight into the tail slide. He's skipped out a couple of figures, gone straight into the tail slide. Three-quarter roll, and he's pulled out, and now he's going for the P-loop. Pulling up, full flick. Bit short. Has he got enough energy to do this 4-point roll? 1, 2, 3, 4, and he's very off axis. Will he spot that? Yes, and there he has corrected it. 1 1/4, 1 3/4. Very good. And then pulling up into this Humpty to reposition. Quarter roll on the way up. Coming towards, and then a quarter roll on the way down to line himself up for this goldfish. Just angling off to get his positioning better, and it's full roll, half flick to inverted, hold the line, a bit steep after there, hold the line, pull round, and then back up to the 45 with a roll combination of a 3/4 and 2/8 the other way. 1, 2, hold the line, and then cap off inverted, and then into this repositioning S. He's got good positioning, so this will be a gentle relaxation of a figure. Nice gentle half roll, really taking his time, making this very big, and he's positioning himself a little bit further away so that he can get the roller in, and going up to 45 with a half roll and then a full flick from inverted to inverted. A little bit, stopped a little bit early, that flick, and then the last bit was rolled, pulls it round, and now this 4 half rolls, pull up tight for a double roll at the top, and then 4/8 the other way. It's a little bit far away. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, and now the roller. Is he going to come towards? Did he move away so that he could come towards this tricky innie-outie roller? Think bubble, which way am I going to go? No, he's going to go away. So 90 on the first half roll, 90 on the second half roll. He's pushing it round, and now changing direction. Now he's doing 90, pushing again, and that's a pretty good job to finish that sequence for Philippe Varignaud. Well, a little bit of a nightmare halfway through. It was the Humpty after the Mad Cow, where he went the wrong way and then elected to skip the next 2 figures and go straight to the tail slide. I suspect that the Mad Cow might have had another victim. That really is a tricky figure, that figure 3. You've done a -6G push out of figure 2. You then do a full roll and then a long, big, strong negative push all the way around that half loop, and then you punch it for even more negative G, 1.5 neg snap, and then you've got to hold your nerve to do 2 half rolls that are very slow, and then still another push up into that Humpty Bum, and that can be very disorienting, and all it requires you to do is to roll the wrong way, and then the whole world looks different. And as you come out, as he did, he got a slightly off axis. He may have rolled the correct way, but he ended off 90 degrees off axis, and then the whole world looks very different. And rather than take a wing rock and come round and start again at figure 5, he elected to skip straight to figure 7 and continue. The judges will have scored from figure 7 onwards, but figures 4, 5 and 6 will have been zeroed. Tough sequence, but some nice flying in parts of it. And our next competitor, Chris Brook, takes off. So Chris is the current national champion, British national champion at Unlimited. Not had that good a competition so far, but we are only halfway through. And the thing about these unknowns is that it only takes one mistake from someone who's in the lead to reverse the entire position of the board. So there is actually all to play for. So Chris will have been studying this sequence on the ground. He actually told me this morning that he'd done a little exercise to write in his notebook all the key points for each of the figures that you need to take note of. And he said when he got to 60, he stopped, because even Chris, with his engineering brain, struggles to remember that many key points. So there's like 5 or 6 or even 10 things to note and to remember in each figure. It is a highly complex thing to do, and still have mental capacity to cope with the unexpected. As he comes back in to do his safety figure, electing not to use it as a test of his entry point, but will use it to judge the wind, which feels like it has died down. So it doesn't look like the wind is a factor as it was for the first couple of sequences this morning. At intermediate, it feels like it's very benign. We have beautiful sky here, and no significant wind at the moment for Chris Brook to take on this tough, complex, unlimited unknown too. Chris just getting himself set up. It's exactly the right place to tip in. He'll know exactly where and when he wants to be. And here he comes round the corner. So, wing rocks. Chris Brook. unlimited, unknown sequence 2, figure 1, square loop. Up he goes. Straight line, capped off inverted, and then an positive 3/4 flick on an inverted line to 3/4, and then a 3/4 roll. Nicely done. Holds it, and then back down. That's nicely flown. Straight line, and then a straight line across the bottom to complete the figure, before he then pulls up into figure 2. Half flick, punch it. Nicely flown. Good line after, and then pushing over the top to a 45 down for a 1/4 roll, 3/4 to inverted. 1/4 roll, and then 3/4 the other way to inverted. Hold the line, and then push out. And now the mad cow. Full roll, inverted to inverted, and then push. -7G, push, 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 and then punch the dashboard with the stick for a 1.5 negative flick, and then 2 half rolls. 2. Little bit off axis, and got that first half roll wrong, but he's pushed up into the Humpty quarter. Pull over the top. So yes, he's gone backwards at the top here so that he can bring it forwards with the bottom of this double Humpty. So he's at the midpoint of the box and he's bringing it forward, which is very good positioning, right into the golden zone. And then he will 1/4 roll to bring it back across for the next figure, which is a 8-point roll. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then punch it for a half flick, and then pull it round, adjusting where he is in the box as he comes round, back up to the 45, 1.5 roll to inverted. Very nice. And then capping off, and then pushing straight up into a stall turn. Already high, and actually in the background a couple of military jets. They're way away, but you can see them. And as he comes down, brings it down, half roll, yes, bringing it right down back into a sensible height. Very good. And setting himself up for the tail slide. And then pulling up, 3/4 roll. That looked like a 1.5 roll to me. Well, that might have been my eyes. Seems all very good. Full flick on the P-loop. Very good. And then pushing over into this P-loop with 1, 2, 3, 4-point roll. Nicely done. Keep the shape going. And then this complex combination of 1.25 and then 1 3/4 the other way. 1.25, 1 3/4. Nicely done. Pushing up or pulling up into a Humpty bump with a 1/4 roll each way just to reposition himself. Probably, oh, he's coming towards. I was going to say probably away, but he's coming towards. He's already quite close, but this will be a very tight top to this. No, he's positioned it nicely, and then up into this goldfish with the full roll, and then that half flick. Nicely done, holding the line, pull it round on a nice rounded figure, all the way up to 45, pointing upwards. 3/4 and then 2 of 8, 3/4 roll, and then 2 of 8 the other way. Hold the line, pull round, cap off, inverted, and then this gentle S maneuver, a little bit left, but he will fix that by using this S maneuver to give himself some space and time. A little bit of a relax, just to get himself back in the space he wants to be, set himself up for this next Cuban, where he will pull up to the 45 and do a half roll and then a full flick from inverted to inverted. Full flick. Nicely done. Half roll was a little bit of a stutter on it. Pull round. And now this complex 4 half rolls on the way into this half loop up. 1, 2, 3, 4 half loop up with a double roll at the top, followed by 4 of 8s the other way. 1, 2, and 1, 2, 3, 4. That's very good. And now this roller. 90 on the first quarter, 90 again on the second quarter. A little bit of a climb there, and then in rolling the other way, very tight and almost on axis. A little bit of footwork there to slide it round for that last few degrees, but a good job there by Chris. Couple of bits nearly got away from him, but still a question in my mind for that on the way, that roll on the way up to the tail slide, but that may have been my eyes deceiving me. But nicely positioned. I suspect his plan involved going into wind, and there wasn't much wind for the first half of the sequence. The wind is sort of back up again, but the positioning was pretty good from my perspective, close to the judges, and it was all there. So as Chris calms the cylinders down and brings the extra 330 SC round for landing, we have 2 more competitors, both of whom very capable of doing a very good job of this sequence. So it's all to play for at Unlimited. Chris electing to land on the hard runway with a bit of a crosswind, but not a problem for these high performance aircraft. Plenty of rudder authority to cope with the crosswind, and side slipping whilst crabbing into the wind is the standard landing technique, whereas others in a crosswind have to do it for the first time. Not a problem for Mr. Brooks. So Chris won't see those scores until later on today, once they've been through the checking and the double checking, and then he'll see the raw scores, and then they will be checked a third time and then put through the statistical analysis to remove any anomalies, and that's when you get the final scores. And the statistical analysis can bump the odd pilot up 0.5% down, 0.5%. They don't tend to make any massive changes, but sometimes 0.5% is all you need to swap places, so it does make some difference. And here we have Cyril Talon, with another one of his trademark takeoffs, dipping the wings for the judges. I always enjoy those. In his extra 330 SC, very experienced pilot, also based in Luxembourg. Very good unlimited competitor. And we'll see what he makes of this tricky 14-figure sequence. And you see how comparatively quickly the 330 SC can get up to altitude. Really not a problem. And he's diving in to get his safety figures, practicing where he's going to put that figure 1. Beautiful long straight line up into the sunny sky here at Sywell. He'll be noting how far he's moved and pushing out. He always elects to do that. Get that negative G in right at the start. Good practice when he knows that he'll be into a mad cow, or into negative G by the end of figure 2 and into a mad cow for figure 3. So you might as well get himself warmed up for that with a push out Humpty Bump. So, not one to mess about. I anticipate that Mr. Talon will now tip in to begin his sequence. Just making sure he's in the right place. Straps are all tight. Tipping in. Full power. 1 wing rock, 2 wing rocks, 3 wing rocks. Let's fly. Cyril Talon, unknown 2, unlimited, figure 1, square loop, straight up. Pulls it across the top. Now we have this 3/4 pos flick from inverted, 3/4 roll, nicely done, holds the line, comes down the other side, and there's very important clean line. Oh, a little bit broken, a little bit early if you ask me, but he's into figure 2 with a half flick, half neg flick on the way up, and then pushing over the top. Little bit of a rush there into figure 2, and then he's got this roll combination, quarter, 3/4, quarter, 3/4 to inverted, pushing out, and then the mad cow, full roll, and then push, -7G, push, 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 oh, and then punch the dashboard even more for another 1.5 neg flick, and then 2 half rolls, 1, 2, slightly off axis, but he'll iron that out, already has, straight up quite early into the Humpty, quarter roll, and he'll be pulling towards so that the bottom of the Humpty can take him away. Straight line, down, pulling it away, and then a quarter roll, not giving himself much space to do this 8-point roll, but the wind will help. So 8-point roll, he needs to get on with it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Quite hard to see that half flick. That was pretty good. He had to really rush that a little bit because of where he positioned that Humpty. Could have waited a little bit longer. 1.5 rolls on the way up. That's very good. Needs to cap off inverted and then push up again into a stall turn. Plenty of performance with this 330 SC. Pivot at the top, and then he needs to give himself time to bring this down. Long line before the half roll. another long line to bring it right down. Yes, so back to a sensible height, into the tail slide with a 3/4 roll on the way up. That's the 3/4 roll. And then this is a canopy down, so falling towards us. That's right, bit of a walk. And then a 3/4 roll on the way out. 3/4, back on axis. Now, this complex P-loop with the flick on the way up. It's going to do it dead center, full flick. Very nice. And then push, and then a 4-point roll whilst going very slowly. 2, 3, 4. Nicely done. That's a very nice figure. Very difficult to do. And now this 1 1/4, 1 3/4 roll combination. 1 1/4, 1 3/4. Very good. And straight up into this Humpty, repositioning Humpty. He's elected to bring it a little bit towards. It'll be a tight radius at the top here. He's already relatively close, but nicely positioned. And then it'll be an up 45 into this goldfish with a full roll and then a half flick to inverted. Nicely done. And then looping sequence round. And then back up to the 45 and 3/4 and 2/8 roll. 2 inverted, 3/4. And then cap off. And then this relaxed S shape to set himself up for the next figure and in fact for the roller. So if he needs to move away from the judges, he'll be doing that as he swoops round, just be using his feet and a little bit of aileron, a little bit of rudder just to move it as he has done. He has moved a couple of 100 meters further away, ready for this Cuban 45 half roll and then a full flick from inverted to inverted. Nicely done. And then pulling round, again maintaining where he wants to be for this complex roll figure. 4 half rolls and then pulling up, double roll at the top followed by 4 of 8. 1, 2, 4 of 8, 2, 3, 4, and then this roller going away, 90 degrees for every half roll. That's a good one. Can he do that again? Another 90, very good. And then changing the direction of the roll and pushing and doing another 90. Very nicely done. Bang on axis, dead towards the judges. That's an excellent roller. Very nice flight from Cyril Talon. Some very good flying here today. So no zeros detected, at least from my perspective. A couple of wobbles and bobbles here and there. Didn't give himself much room to do the 8-point roll, so that looked a little bit rushed, so the points were not as clear as they could be. The other competitors waited before they pushed up into their Humpty to give themselves enough time to do that 8-point roll. Takes quite a lot of space to get an 8-point roll in, to do it cleanly and to show everyone the points. It looks to me like Cyril has chosen the grass to land on. So another excellent bit of flying there. It's going to be in the margins here. It's not going to be the hard zeros, but was that flick as accurate? Were the line lengths before and after the roll equal? How far off heading did you get? There was a little bit of heading variation, but difference between 10 and 20 degrees, different amount of points knocked off. This P-loop was very nicely shaped, very tricky to have enough speed after the flick. You pull up to the vertical, full flick, which kills energy, still have enough speed to then make a nice shape. So our final unlimited competitor, gunning the edge, the Lycoming 540, take to the skies. That is Mr. David Thompson in his Cap 232, which he looks after himself, and flies it extremely well. So again, his first, although very seasoned aerobatic competitor, part of the British team, competed in numerous world advanced aerobatic championships on behalf of the British team, but this is his first season moving up to unlimited, and so far making a good job, but the complexity does go up exponentially. The number of figures, the complexity of the maneuvers, all the things you have to think about whilst doing 200 miles an hour upside down. And in this case, pulling 9G and pushing -8. Because that mad cow at figure 3 is a bit of a head spin. So, can he keep it together, keep the head ahead of the aircraft, and put in a good performance? Well capable. The winds are light, the sun is bright. It's all to play for. So he tips in to do his safety maneuvers. He'll be checking where he wants to pull up for his figure 1, and doing a very relaxed Humpty. He's doing, I'm not quite sure what he's doing. He's doing not a Humpty, but a figure of 8, which is a permitted warm-up manoeuvre, 2 half rolls, just to get the G warmed up, have a really good look at the box, see what the wind's doing, is it doing anything left to right? Different kind of warm-up process. But nonetheless also checks the straps, checks the machine is operating correctly, and he comes round to position himself to dive in for this unlimited unknown sequence. It's tricky right from the get-go with this square loop. Start off at 200 knots at the bottom, and you're doing a positive flick from an inverted line at 100 knots at the top. All within the first few seconds. So now he's coming in to do another safety figure to check where he wants to place that figure 1. Bang in the middle of the box. Beautiful long straight line. Stall turn. Check where the wind has moved him. Has it moved him left to right? Has it moved him forward and back, so he can then adjust for that, not just in where he starts, but as he goes through the sequence. Having a good look at the box, giving himself time and space to get prepared. So, lining himself up to tip in. Starting off slow and high, picking his moment. And here he is. 1, 2, 3 wing rocks. David Thompson, unlimited, unknown 2, figure 1, square loop, pulling straight up, straight line, pulling over the top, this 3/4 flick, pos flick from a negative line, 3/4 roll, holding the inverted line, and then pulling down, and then the all-important clean line across the bottom, which he does before pulling up into figure 2. Punch that negative flick, slightly short, really not noticeably, over the top to a 45 down with a 1/4, 3/4 opposite roll combination to inverted, and then pushing out into the mad cow, full roll, push, -7G, -7, push, 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 and then a punch the dashboard for a 1.5 neg flick, and then 2 half rolls to inverted. Now wait to give yourself some space for the subsequent figure, pushing up into a repositioning empty bump with a 1/4 roll on the way up. Very slow over the top, but a nice gentle return, and he's got himself, and he'll come towards on this next part, a little bit of smoke oil coming out the back, 1/4 roll, and then pushing over the top, positioning himself nicely for this 8-point roll, followed by a half flick. So 1, where is that first point? What's he waiting for? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, punching the half flick, very good, nicely done. Little stutter there on the half flick, didn't quite see that. Back round and up for the 1.5 roll to inverted, capping off inverted, nicely positioned, and then pushing up into a stall turn, very high, top of the box. And then nice long lines to bring it back down. So half roll and a long line afterwards, bring it back down to a sensible height. And then going into this tail slide. So pulling up, pushing it into wind, 3/4 roll, and then tail slide canopy down, so he'll want to slide it backwards but fall backwards from our perspective. Little bit of a dip, but held it. Nice 3/4 roll. Back on axis. Plenty of juice here for this P-loop. So straight up, full flick. Very nice. And then push to create a nice loop with a 4-point roll at the top. 1, 2, 3, 4, nicely done. And then pulling round nicely on axis. 1 1/4, 1 3/4 roll combination. 1 1/4, 1 3/4. Very good. And then pulling up straight into this Humpty. He's elected to come towards, just to give himself a little bit of space toward. I suppose the wind is pushing them a little bit away possibly, but he is still nicely positioned, and a 1/4 roll to set himself up for the goldfish. So up 45, full roll, and then a flick to inverted, half flick to inverted, and then pulling round. Nice big figure, just pushing himself a little bit further away, and then up 3/4 roll, and then 2 of 8. 1, 2, capping off inverted, and then into this relaxed S-bend to correct any positioning issues that he wants to. But he's been doing a very good positioning job thus far, so this will be a nice relaxing figure 3/4 of the way through this sequence. Nice big half roll, check where he is, get some height, and then set himself up perfectly for the next figure, exactly where he wants to be. And then up 45, half roll, and then full flick from inverted to inverted. Ooh, a little bit of a dip there, probably overcooked the flick, and the line is very flat after. So now he will iron that out as he comes out and set himself up for this 4, half 2, 3, 4, then pull up, and then a double roll, and 4 8s. Getting quite slow. This is going to be tricky. 1, 2, nicely flown. 1, 2, 3, 4, and now the roller. Inside 90 in his first half roll, 90 in his second half roll, and then reverse the roll direction and continue, but with a push of 90. Very nicely done. And then wing rocks to complete. So some nice flying there from David Thompson in his Cap 232. Couple of points where it got away a little bit, but only really minor. Very good positioning, clearly thinking about where he's placing each of those figures, and a good roller. That awkward inny-outy 270 roller. Got a bit slow at the top of that half loop, that penultimate figure, but actually managed to fly those double rolls very cleanly, even though he was slow. So that is the last of our unlimited competitors, and good job by them. And they can rest now until tomorrow, when they have their final unknown. So now we move on to the sports sequences. Sports category is the first category at which we award a national champion, and we've got, it's our biggest category. We've got 8 pilots looking to take away the British National Sports Champion Award, and this is Toby Reid, the younger of the father and son team, flying this sprightly T-67 Firefly, doing a very nice job of the low lines, helping the judges get their eye in, change their perspective from the Unlimited, who have a much lower set of low lines. And Toby is flying at exactly 1,000 feet to and fro the box at the front, the middle, and now the back, to show the judges where the bottom of this imaginary cube of airspace is, so that they know when someone is low or not. So if anyone flies lower than this, then they get scored down. And so the first competitor for each level flies these low lines to help the judges get their eye in. So both Toby and Dad Adrian done a good job so far. The known sequence and the first unknown yesterday, and this is the second unknown sequence. So this sequence that they're about to fly, they have not flown before. They're not allowed to fly it. In fact, there are strict regulations that say they're not allowed to sneak off, go to another airfield, fly it over there, or fly off somewhere and have a go. You absolutely cannot do it. It needs to be fair for everyone. You are given the sequence on a piece of paper, and you do all your planning on the ground. You can talk to whoever you want to talk to. You can refer to books, you can refer to all your training materials, but you are not allowed to fly any of it before the day. So this sequence for sports got some tricky things in it. We have a 1.5 turn spin. So this is a competition spin. So this is where pilots have to close the throttle and and pull the nose gently up until the wings stop flying. Then the aircraft will nose down and go into what's known as an auto rotation. That's what a spin is. Spin is not out of control. A spin is a perfectly stable flight setup. It just needs different controls to control it, and the pilots have to enter the spin cleanly. It has to auto rotate 1.5 turns and then stop spinning exactly on heading and facing vertically down, and then they can pull it neatly out. So this demonstrates control of the aircraft in this auto-rotative flight path, and you can choose to go left or right depending on which foot you use, which rudder side you use to kick the aircraft into this spin, and you choose that depending on the wind. So this is actually going to be figure 2, because the pilots are given figure 1 45-degree up to make sure they gain some height, and pilots will have practiced this spin many times, so they know exactly how much height it loses. Might even be as much as 1,500 feet, may not be, depends very much on the aeroplane. So Toby and Adrian will know for this Firefly exactly how much it loses. In fact, Adrian will know very precisely because he trains people on it. And when you first start learning spinning, it can be quite disorienting because the aircraft is not behaving in the way it normally does, and some of the things you might intuitively do, like pull back on the stick, cannot get you out of the spin. And feet become very important, and every aircraft type spins a little bit differently depending on the configuration of the tail and the wings, and the weight distribution and so forth. So aerobatic aircraft are designed so that they spin nicely, and in fact the extras that we were seeing earlier actually don't like spinning, and so you have to help them to make them spin, but they will come out of the spin very, very smartly and quickly. Firefly takes a little bit longer to get in, a little bit longer to get out, but Toby and Adrian will be all over that. Will know how to do that. So this will be a very interesting exercise. Who can fly that spin the most accurately? It's a very nice straight line there from Toby. And end it exactly on heading. And make it look simple and easy. Then there's a 2-point roll, which again will be a challenge to keep it on heading. So whilst you're rolling one way or the other, there's a great temptation to, if the stick isn't exactly in the center, you're putting a little bit of elevator in, it will change direction. So you've got to use your feet to counteract. Rolling produces some yaw, so you've got to use your feet to counteract that, as well as the way you use the control column. So there's a whole coordinated hands and feet routine you need to make rolls work smoothly. So there's 2 half rolls in figure 4. Then there's a stall turn. It's all about timing, making sure you time when you kick at the top of a stall turn, so pulling up dead straight, timing at the top. Toby just did a very nice one as his warm-up maneuver, timing it so that you fall through, so that the aircraft appears to go straight up, pivot, and then come back down again without any wobbles or falling forwards or backwards. It's one of the basic maneuvers in aerobatics, but it takes time and practice to understand what that timing is. It's not really about looking at the controls. It's the airspeed indicator and so forth isn't really helpful at those kind of speeds. It's more a sense of feel. And then this sequence also has 2 goldfish, one up goldfish and one down goldfish, which is 45 degrees in, 3/4 loop, and 45 degrees out. So again, that's all about accurate 45-degree lines with no wobbles, clear line that's visible, nice round shapes, 45-degree lines on the way out. So it's a good little sequence. There's 9 figures in it. Each sports pilot will have planned it on the ground and walked through it. And no doubt Toby and Adrian will have conferred with each other, despite the fact that they are actually competing with each other in the same plane. And will have decided where precisely they want to start this sequence, where in relation to the ground features that we've got. Big runway is a great marker, but also the box is marked out on the ground. It's kilometre cube. And here comes Toby. That's one wing rock, and he's tipping in. Second wing rock. Pulling level. Toby Reed. Sports, unknown 2, figure 1. 45-degree line up. And then capping off to do a 1.5 turn spin. Will he go to the left or right? Probably the left. Turning off the power, nice spin entry all the way around. Very good. 1.5 spin, pulls it out nice and neat. Back up to the 45. Hold that line, push off, and then maybe wait a little bit before going into the next figure. There's the half roll and pulling it round. This is an S bend, so pulling it round this part of the S. We've done a nice job of that, and up, half roll on the way up, clean half roll, and then pulling it round, keeping the shake going, don't pinch it at the top, and then coming out. And now these two half rolls, keeping. So Toby has elected to do a wing rock. This will most likely be a planned break, so Toby and Adrian manage the energy of this aircraft very carefully. It tends to lose height during the figures, and to be absolutely clear that they're not going below the 1,000 foot. They will have planned in a couple of breaks mid part of the sequence. That looked very much like it was a planned break. So Toby will now be repositioning the aircraft, gaining some height, and then come back in and fly figure 4 at a slightly higher level, just to make sure they can keep the sequence safe and in the right place. So that's very good airmanship, understanding the performance of your aircraft, planning for it, and then making it happen on the day. So I would be very surprised if Adrian didn't break in exactly the same part of his sequence. And at sports, there is no penalty for making a break. It's good airmanship, to be encouraged. Toby and Adrian know exactly what they're doing, so they will be using it to their advantage. So in he comes again, or is he going to continue? So he's continuing his climb, and then when he's good and ready and at the height he wants to be, he will then tip in and recommence with another set of wing rocks at figure 4, which is 2 half rolls, and he has to keep the nose up, not let the nose dip, and not let himself wander off axis, which is very easy to do, especially with this slow rolling aircraft. But that's where he uses his feet, the rudder, to keep the nose pinned in the same place on the horizon. So here are the wing rocks, nice and high, got himself some more energy, tipping in, starting again at figure 4, 2 half rolls. Here's one, here's the second, nicely done. And then going into this Cuban, so he's pulling up, round, back down to the 45, nice shape, hold that 45 line, half roll, good, hold the line and then pull out, and then going into a stall turn, so straight up, nice vertical line, and then kicking it round the top of the stall turn, just at the top there. That's very good. And a nice straight line on the way down, very good. And then the first of these goldfish, this is an up goldfish, so we're going up into the 45, doing the half roll, keeping the line going, that's very good. And then smoothly coming round 3/4 of a loop, checking where he is in relation to the ground as he does that, and then back up to the 45, hold that line, push off with still enough energy to complete a 180 turn. So it's a competition turn, roll the wings and then pull it round. Is he going to go towards or away? Is he going to go right or left? He's just waiting, going into wind, and he's going to go towards left. Pulls it round nice and tight. Yes, that's very good. Gets on axis straight, and now into the down goldfish, though. Down 45. Hold that line. Make a nice shape of a 3/4 of loop, and then hold it on the down 45 inverted. Hold it, draw a line, then rotate, half roll, clean, hold the line, and then pull out. Very nicely done, sir. And the wing rocks. So, well managed there from Toby. Managed the energy very well. Chose the place to make his break very nicely, so that he repositioned himself 1,000 feet higher to give himself the energy to complete the rest of the sequence without having to stop again. Very good flying. I thought all of that was very good. He's done a very nice job of that. Showing off the Firefly very well. As I said before, a very nice aircraft to learn in. You sit beside your instructor rather than behind them, so you can watch their hands and feet, see how it's done. So many pilots here have started their aerobatic journeys in a Firefly. Very solid ex-military trainer. British made. And Toby's then bringing that back, I suspect, to land on one of the grass runways into wind. It's notable in that amongst the aircraft today, it is the only one with a nose wheel, which does increase drag and weight, and part of the explanation as to why he has to brake and regain some energy, but makes it much easier to land. He doesn't have to do the crabbed landing because he can see over the nose. And then we have our next competitor, Rich Gale, in the red and white one design that we saw earlier, flown by his buddy Ruth Scott, who also flies it, both based out of White Waltham. So Rich comes in, much smaller, half the aircraft than the T-67. Tiny wingspan, tiny aircraft, very manoeuvrable, about the size of a Pitts, single seat Pitts, but with only one wing, so even smaller. Kit built. Tremendous aircraft for sports, intermediate and advanced, and in fact we have somebody who flies it at unlimited. He does have to brake and reposition for height and energy, so it's not a fully competitive machine, but in terms of capability it can do all the flicks and neg flicks and mad cows you like, as long as you've got the height to get the energy and the speed. But Rich will not be doing any mad cows in it today. He will be attempting this sport sequence and seeing if he can get that all-important spin in. It's about managing the aircraft speed and height, getting it to stop flying when you want it, where you want it to, entering the spin cleanly, having a nice clean rotation, don't move the controls whilst you're rotating, and then exit controls to finish the spin exactly on heading. Nice vertical downline, and then pull out all the way up to a rising 45. So it is a core aerobatic manoeuvre and demonstrates the ability to control the aircraft as it auto-rotates. And then the next level you get to at intermediate, or is it advanced? I think it might be advanced, to do the same thing but inverted when you start the spin upside down. Sounds a little bit crazy, but because these aircraft are, the aerobatic aircraft are designed with symmetrical wings, they spin almost the same upside down as they do the right way up. So by that, most aircraft wings are kind of have an arch. If you, a typical jetliner you will see, actually the wing profile is an arc because they're designed for cruise. Aerobatic machines have to fly upside down, so the wings are symmetrical. So it's all about the incidence. That's what creates the lift. But the wing itself will fly the same upside down as it does the right way up, so they tend to spin the same as well. But obviously the tail is not symmetrical about that axis. So Rich doing his Humpty Bump warm-up routine. If I might suggest to check your vertical lines, Rich. It's a little bit positive, that's better. I don't know if he's got a wing sight on the one design. Of course, one of the things that you don't really think about is actually the seating position is critical, because how you sit in the plane, how many cushions you have and so forth, affects where your head is. And then where your head is in relation to the wing dictates what you see as vertical. So if you've got the wrong cushions in, you might be pulling up and looking out the window and going, yeah, this is vertical, whereas on the ground we see it as, no, that's not vertical. So this is one of the things you have to do in a training camp, is to get your seating sorted and then work out where vertical is and either mark it on the canopy. Some people literally have marker pen on the canopy, or fix the sight on the end of the wing so that it lines up with what actually is vertical. The other one is a rising 45. Some people put a line on the canopy above their head so that when they're inverted and climbing, they look ahead and put that line on the horizon, and that tells them they're a 45. All these little nips and tricks that are done in order to be accurate when you're flying, like we are today, in a competition box in front of judges. So you have to really learn your aircraft. So Rich just getting himself ready, getting himself set up. For this first entry, maybe he wasn't happy with that position, but obviously he comes in and he's going to go into wind. Always try and fly spins into wind, they work much better. It helps you stop the aircraft flying when you want to. So here he is, one wing rock, two wing rocks, little dive down, get some speed, three wing rocks. Let's fly. Rich Gale, Sports, Unknown 2, Figure 1, 45 up. Nice and clean. Capping off and setting himself up for a 1.5 turn spin. So closing the throttle smoothly. Foot in. There's one turn and 1.5. A little bit of a bobble on the way out. Pulling out up to 45. Pushing over, and now a half roll and pull down into this S. Use this momentum. There he is, angling back into the box a little bit. Up to the 45, another half roll. Pulling over. That's it, very good repositioning, and then just keeping it smooth, coming out steady, and then going for these two half rolls. Not a problem. But he has, as I said, not a problem. He did a wing rock to show that there was a problem. So either he's got himself too far, he feels he's too far to the right, possibly, to be able to then put the next figure in, or he forgot what the next figure was, or this was a plan and he wants to reposition himself to get some more height. Any of those three. To me, it looked pre-planned. So just like Toby Reed did, he may be planning to now reposition himself in a different height in a different place to place figure 5. So he did the 2 half rolls, which in his aircraft, fast rolling small aircraft, not a problem at all. And he's going to come back in, wing rock, wing rock, wing rock, go into figure 5. Almost exactly where he left off, so it may be that he forgot what the figure 5 was. Pulling over the top, 45 down, half roll, beautifully positioned. A little bit of a wobble. Pulling out, now into a nice clean stall turn. Straight line up. Wait until the aircraft is just running out of juice and then kick it round with your foot. Nicely done. Dead straight line down and then pull out. Very good. And now the up half roll is the up goldfish and then smoothly round all the way around till you're going up 45 the next. Hold that 45 line, push off with enough speed to then do a 180 turn. Is he going to go left or right? I would go right. Very good choice. Pulling it round, not climbing or descending, not wobbling. Stop, back on axis, good. And now into the next goldfish, and he is going to wing rock. So, interesting. It may be that he feels that there's not enough room. Or that he has forgotten what the final figure is. But seeing as there is no penalty for a wing rock break at sports, why not take one? If you want to reposition and put that figure exactly where you want to, why not do it? He will simply come around, pick the height and position he wants to start, rock his wings 3 times and recommence, and the judges will score it as if it was continuous. It's a very good rule at this level in the sport to give people enough headspace to do their best flying. Here he is, a little bit higher to 3 wing rocks. He's going to he goes to down 45 and then nice big loop and then hold it on the down 45 on the way back out. Nice big smooth loop. Hold that, draw a line, rotate half a roll, hold the line, pull out, and he's done. Final wing rocks. Very good. So good use of the free breaks there by Rich Gale in that small but perfectly formed one design. So plenty to work with in this sports sequence. So far both contestants have made a good job of the spin. Getting the aircraft to spin the direction you want it to spin when you want it to spin is a great learning, is a great moment when you manage to do that correctly. And some aircraft spin very nicely and easily and some just don't. The next aircraft will be piloted by Matt Schumann, which is a Christen Eagle. And I don't know, I imagine biplanes do tend to spin very well. Something about the setup of the two wings seems to work well. Rich appears to I think he's just waiting for takeoff of the Kristen Eagle, and so Rich will need to turn inside the Kristen Eagle to get back to the circuit. So quite wisely, the Matt in his Kristen Eagle has gone off. It's doing a couple of circuits well out of the way of the box, just whilst Rich in his One Design completes his circuit and brings it into land, so that there's absolutely no confusion as to who is in the box. Very carefully managed by the tower and the chief judge. So, Matt Schumann in his Kristen Eagle biplane, two-seat biplane, American design and build, doing his half-roll safety maneuvers. He's going to attempt this unknown, which he has not flown before. Put the plan that he has created overnight and practiced, walked through and put it into action. Nine-figure sequence, some rolls, and that all-important spin, figure 2. Safety figure number 1. It's a nice straight line, and then he pulls it over the top for a Humpty Bump. And he's learning at this point to check where he is in the box, not just fly the figure, and then this will be a stalled turn. Pointing all the way up to the top. Pivot, nicely timed, and then a straight line on the way down. Great temptation when you're learning is, as you come out, as you've pivoted at the top, is to just instinctively start pulling back on the stick, and so you don't draw a vertical line on the way down. So actually to do that takes presence of mind, because you need to point directly at the ground, dead straight down. So that really is another fundamental part of aerobatic flying. You've got to be very comfortable pointing directly at the ground with full throttle and counting 1, 2, 3 before you then pull out. And if you're not comfortable doing that, then aerobatics is not for you. It looks very simple from the ground, but it isn't when you're in the air. So, Matt, the registration of this Christian Eagle is Golf India India GL or GIIL, so it spells giggle. Even with a few letters available to you, pilots have some fun. So here is 1 wing rock, 2 wing rocks, a little bit of a dive in, 3 wing rocks, and here we have Matt Schumann, sports level unknown 2, figure 1, let's fly, 45 degrees up. Push off at the top, setting himself up for the spin, getting the aircraft nice and slow, smoothly off with the throttle, choose which way you're going to go, punch that foot, and there's the spin, 1 turn, 1.5, nicely done, very nice, and then all the way back up, throttle back on to a 45 degrees, climbing back up, push crisply off at the top, and then the first part of a split S, half roll, pull down, keep it smooth, and then back up to the 45, half roll but maintain the line. That's good line lengths, and then smoothly round, don't pinch it, yes that's it, float it round and pull round to level. Now a 2-point roll. And another competitor who's decided to take a free break, possibly feeling that to get the 2-point roll and then the next figure in would put them too far to the right, so why not take a free break, reposition. It was also in my mind getting a little bit towards the bottom of the box, so it wouldn't surprise me if Matt is going to reposition a little bit to the left but also up, maybe 500 foot higher, just to increase the margin. It's one of the things that you do learn when you're doing aerobatics, is how much height each maneuver takes. Both in terms of climbing or descending like a spin. So he will be going round on the left here to line himself up to come back across the box from left to right, and choosing, my guess is somewhere slightly higher, and to start that roll to the left of the judges, the 2 half rolls, so that he can complete those and then do the next figure and keep them all nicely in front of the judges without going too far to the right. That's good practice. So here come the wing rocks. A little bit of a dive. 3rd wing rock. Yeah, he's a little bit higher. There's 1 roll. There's the other roll, no dip. And then he's started figure 5, almost in the center of the box, comes over the top, holds that 45 degree line, half roll, pulls out, and then up into a stall turn. Well, I think he's forgotten what happens next. And there's no wing rock. So was that the 180 turn? And now this is the, so he skipped out figure 6 and 7. This is now figure 9. Well, that was a bit curious. Pulling it over the top, 45 degree line on the way down, half roll, pull out, wing rocks, wing rocks. So something curious went there. At the end of figure 5, instead of doing the stall turn, it looks as though Matt forgot where he was in the sequence and simply did a 45 degree up and then went into the 180 turn. So this is what happens in aerobatics. Best laid plans, and suddenly, in the heat of the moment, you forget where you are in the sequence. And the brain is just not able to go, you're here, it's obvious. In that cockpit with lots going on, you've already taken one break, repositioned, pulling G, it's hot. The only thing that leaps out with you is some sort of 45-degree line, then a 180 turn. So that's what you do, and it'll only be on the ground when Matt calms down and looks back at this. He'll go, I could easily have just done the stall turn, but that was not what his brain had at the time. It's very tough, this, very tough. You can never quite know what's going to happen. A little bit of a brain bubble. Yeah, he'll be disappointed with that, because he was flying nicely. Very nice spin, nicely positioned figures, nicely flown. But you've got to fly them, so figures 6 and 7 will be zeros because he didn't fly them. The 180 turn was perfectly good, and figure 9 was perfectly good. Unless, of course, looking at it now, yes, sadly, I think I've just realised that the 180 turn would have been flown in the wrong direction, and so will have figure 9. So that means he will have zeroed 6, 7, 8 and 9. He really will be kicking himself. So his brain remembered to do a 180 turn and a 45-degree line, but it forgot that after the 45-degree line there was then a reversal, so the 180 return would be the other way. So I'm afraid his brain has not paid him good service, and those two last figures will have been for naught. So he really will be kicking himself after that. Such is the sport of aerobatics, very unforgiving of small errors that have big consequences. But right now, Matt will be getting out of aerobatic brain and into normal flying brain, talking to the tower, getting himself back on the ground safely. Whilst we wait for our next competitor, Tom Milson, in his red and blue pits, G-Mag. And there it is, taking off. So, here we have Tom Milson in his beautifully painted Pitts S1S, another fixed pitch, 180 horsepower Pitts, single seat Pitts. Actually first designed in about 1945, the end of the war, by Curtis Pitts in the US. just as a little project, personal project, which he flew and had to sell the first prototype just to pay his bills, which the new owner promptly crashed. But people had already seen the potential of this tiny aircraft, and the plans were picked up and became a bit of a kit building sensation in the 60s. And the famous one, the first time it really sort of broke the news in the aerobatic community, was a pilot called Betty Skelton, who was a diminutive female flying a diminutive plane to great effect, and really demonstrated the aerobatic capability of this little single-seat Pitts. It was only much later that a two-seat version was built, the S2, which there are various versions, but this S1 was the original. And there have been many different variants with different engines and different wing styles and so forth, but they all fly beautifully, and they're all very strong, rigid biplane structure, very nicely balanced in the air, beautiful to fly. Bit of a handful on the ground to land, to taxi, but once you're in the air, terrific. I had one for a number of years, and I was a little bit tall for it, but thoroughly enjoyed flying it. So Tom has got G-Mag, M-A-G-G, and is going to attempt this unknown. Once again, he'll be seeing if he can get it to spin accurately. Has to slow the aircraft down enough, get it to stop flying when he wants it to stop flying, to do 1.5 auto rotations, and then stop it exactly on axis. Pittses love to spin, and they're very easy to take in and out of the spin, but you do need to put the right controls in at the right time to make it behave exactly the way you want to. Good stall turn, needs to make sure you draw a nice straight line after the stall turn. Don't get tempted to ease back on the stick before you need to. You have to keep that stick central, pointed absolutely down. Check that you're vertical on the way down as well as on the way up. Tom and all the sports pilots starting their sports journey, their aerobatic journey at sports, great level to fly at, great fun, nothing too complicated, but still requires real mastery of the aircraft in 3 dimensions, which is what this is all about. So he'll be checking his straps, calming down, making sure he's lining up with the runway, making sure he knows where he is when he starts this sequence. It starts with a 45-degree line up as the prep into the spin. So here he is. One wing rock. Diving in. 2 wing rocks. So Tom Milson. Sports, unknown to figure 1, 45 degrees. Climbing to altitude, capping off, and now reducing the power to 0. Putting the foot in, spins straight away. 1.5, stops, straight line, not as straight as it could have been. Up to the 45, hold it. That's it. Push off. And then half roll. So he has elected to wing wag, as the Americans call it, before figure 3. So he's completed figure 1 and figure 2, so after the spin. So possibly he's forgotten what was next, but more likely he wants to reposition. He feels that he was not in the right position it may well be that the wind at 2,000 feet is actually stronger than anticipated. If it's sort of 15, 16, 17 knots, then it can really start pushing you to the right, and that he felt that he was too far over to start figure 3. Either way, he did his wing rocks immediately at the end of one figure before the next, so there's no penalty. He can reposition, get himself where he really wants to be, and begin figure 3. He will not need to dive in for figure 3 because it's a slow start, but it's that S bend. He can get himself a bit more height, which I think he's done. 1 wing rock, 2 wing rocks. He doesn't seem to be doing a 3rd wing rock. There it is, 3rd wing rock, right. So now he can start that nice and high and a little bit to the left. So half roll, looping section, back up to the 45, half roll, hold that line, pull it gently round and pinch it, and now he's got enough space to do 2 half rolls, 1, 2, and then pull up and then wing rock. They all seem to be wing rocking after the half rolls. I think they're very conscious they don't want to go too far to the right. I think he had enough space, and actually that's part of what you need to learn at aerobatics, is you need to think 3 or 4 maneuvers ahead. So if he had the chance to reposition so he can do the S and fly the S to give him enough space to do the 2 half rolls and then do the next figure rather than breaking in. But once again, no penalty for breaking in between maneuvers, absolutely fine. Much better that you fly the maneuvers at the right height in the right place. So, coming in once again, see if he can pick up at this reverse Cuban. Wing rock, wing rock, wing rock. Maybe it's about getting himself enough speed as well. And here he goes into that nice half loop, little bit not quite enough, a bit pinched at the top, half roll, now getting some speed, pulling out into the stall turn, so straight up, hold that line. I can see that the wind is actually quite appreciable at that height. He's lost about 50 meters on the way up and probably another 50 on the way down. Pulling out and into the first of the goldfish half roll. Probably waiting a bit too long before he does the roll, so the line before is a bit long and also means he gets slow over the top, but he is at least flying a line after the half roll. Back up the other side and then capping off horizontal, making sure he's got enough speed to do competition roll. He needs to wait, punch it a bit into wind, which he's doing. Here's the roll coming towards 180 roll, stop, roll erect, and then straight down into the next figure. Very good. Plenty of time here. This is the final figure. You'll pull round, pull here, a bit more pulling here, and then a bit more floating here, and then on that down 45, half roll, and pull out. Very good. Wing rocks, end of sequence. That's Tom Milson. So, found the stuff a bit low and slow halfway through the sequence, had a couple of breaks, but got all the pieces done. just needs, on those looping sequences, as he pulls up to vertical, to keep the pressure on, just easing a bit too early, and so ending up going straight up and then pinching the top. Needs to keep the pressure on and only release the pressure once you're really nearly at the top, so that you float the top and then you get a nice shape. But altogether pretty good, and good presence of mind to take those breaks, because it requires you to be able to know where you are, that you are low, that you are slow, that you're thinking about the speed that you need for the next manoeuvre. So that's a very good thing. And as I've said a couple of times, no penalty for taking breaks at sport. Good training, good learning experience to be in the right place at the right time, the right speed and height for each manoeuvre. Hello again. So after a slightly late lunch break, we are recommencing the sports sequence, their second unknown. And now it's the time of Adrian Reed, father of Toby, flying the same T-67 Firefly, the Slingsby, to have a go at this second sports unknown sequence. So this is the sequence that has a couple of pieces in it which are a little bit testing. The wind is appreciable at about 2,000 feet, blowing across the box from left to right as you look at it from the judges. So pilots have to be wary of that, and a number of the sports pilots have been taking a break, feeling that they are being pushed too far to the right. And there is no penalty for taking a break at the sports level. So pilots choosing to do so to regain height, regain position in this sequence. So there's a lot of height changing in this sequence. The main issue really is the spin, which has to start high because you lose maybe 12, maybe even 1,500 feet in a spin. And that spin comes in at figure number 2. So Toby Reed flying the T-67 was our first competitor at sports, did a good job, managed the energy well, took 2 breaks in the sequence, and I strongly suspect that Adrian here will take the same 2 breaks just to reposition and regain height and get themselves into a comfortable position to continue the sequence. Very sensible, very good energy management with this plane. So I'll be looking out for that. A number of the other competitors have had to take unplanned breaks because they felt maybe they were getting out of position or they'd lost too much height. So either way, breaks are not penalised at sports level. They constitute good management of your energy and your sequence. And really this sequence is about, can you keep these figures in front of the judges at an appropriate height, on axis, clean rolls, and especially that spin, can you stop the aircraft at the right moment? So stopping an aircraft is quite tricky because they like to fly, so you have to plan the fact that it's going to run out of energy and stall at exactly where you want it to. So that's about timing and pulling off the power, easing back the stick to bring the nose up, but not too much that you climb, just so it changes the angle of attack until eventually it reaches the stall point, which is the angle of attack at which the wing stops flying. Or if you want to get technical, it's when the boundary layer collapses and the lift that the wing is creating ceases to be created. And then it's not that the plane stops flying, it stops flying in standard configuration and goes into auto rotation, which is spirally descending either left or right. Perfectly stable stage of flight. Just needs to be managed by the pilot with the correct inputs to unstall the wings so that it stops exactly after 1.5 turns. So, Adrian's coming in to do his warm-up manoeuvres. Nice Humpty Bump. Pull it over the top. Pull out the other side. And 2 half rolls, just to check the straps are tight. Everything is as it should be. Flying that aircraft very nicely without dipping the nose. One of the issues that they manage very nicely is the fact that as it rolls slowly, you have to use the rudder to keep the nose up, which in faster rolling aircraft is less of an issue, still there, but less of an issue, but in the Firefly is exaggerated. And so what looks like a simple maneuver like a roll actually requires a lot of hand and feet coordination, which they both do very well. So Adrian thinking about getting himself back into position for how he's going to approach this sequence and getting himself up to the right height. Thinking about the brakes that he's planned, when he's going to do them, and also being aware of where you are actually rather than what you planned. So one of the errors that can creep in when you start out in aerobatics is to have a great plan in your head and you just go and fly it regardless, despite the fact that you're not actually where you thought you were going to be. So you've got to be aware of where you are and then adjust. Constantly adjusting due to the wind, due to how you've flown it, the speeds you've actually created. All manner of factors can change what you planned on the ground. So it's that combination of structured planning but flexible, adaptable approach to the execution. And there's also 2 half rolls in this sequence. Challenge there is not to let the nose dip, keep that line level, and not to let the heading wander off. It's very easy to do when you're rolling the aircraft upside down, to let the nose point to the left or right, and then it can be exacerbated, especially if you add a little bit of aileron, a little bit of rudder or elevator. If you can start barreling the roll, you can start yawing the roll, you can start dipping. There's all obviously freedom in 3 axes. There's many different ways you can mess up a roll. So it may look simple, but it isn't. Then there's the stall turn. Clean line up, clean line down, vertical. The judges will be looking to see if that line is vertical. So you have to know what vertical looks like when you're flying the plane and looking out of the window. So that is why you need to have coaches on the ground when you're learning, not just in the plane with you. So Adrian is now at height, on point, and here is the first wing rock. There's the second, and then he will dive in, get a little bit more speed, just choosing his moment. And here he is diving in, third wing rock. So Adrian Reed, sports unknown 2, figure 1. Let's fly. Up 45. Push over, and now off with the throttle, enter the spin. Choose which way you want it to go. To the left, nice entry. Oh, slight over rotation there. Let it go just a quarter of a roll too much, but got it back, and back up to the 45. Push over, then half roll into this S bend, pulling down nicely on axis, up to the 45, very good, half roll here, and then maintaining that line, and then smoothly coming round to another looping segment, and then doing 2 half rolls. But he has, like Toby, put in a break at this point to fly round and redo or restart the sequence at the beginning of figure 4, when he can do the rolls with a bit more speed, and also another, I'm imagining another 5 to maybe even 1,000 foot of height, so that he can then complete the rest of the sequence. So that was all good, it was all in the right place, just over rotated that spin. I know fireflies are notoriously difficult to stop on axis. You have to put the stop spin controls in a long time before the plane actually stops. I hate to say it, Adrian, but Toby managed it all right. Maybe you need to learn from him. Just let it over rotate by a quarter. The rest of it was all pretty good. So he will be now getting himself back up to the height he needs to come back in and recommence the sequence at figure 4 for the 2 half rolls and then the Cuban section, which will then take him into the stall turn and so forth. And there will probably be a second break somewhere there to enable him to have enough energy to complete the sequence. Spins are tricky, and actually they're very tricky in a Firefly. Some great videos by one of our top aerobatic pilots in the UK, Dave Keane, sort of demonstrating how to spin a Firefly left and right, and how far in advance of it coming out of the spin do you need to put the control inputs in to make it stop. And so having the confidence that the control inputs are correct and waiting, and then it stops. In something like a Pitts, or certainly in an extra, almost the instant you put in the control inputs to make it stop, it will stop. The issue with an extra is making sure it carries on spinning if you want it to, and not stopping it. Every aircraft type has its own idiosyncrasies when it comes to spinning, and you need to learn them. In the two-seat extras, the spinning characteristics are very different when you have 2 people in, so you may learn the spin with an instructor, but as soon as you go up on your own, the characteristics will be different. So learning to spin an aircraft on your own, you have to be very confident that you know what's going to happen and that you can get out of any situation. And that is part of flying aerobatics. Here is Adrian, 2-point roll. The looping section with a half roll. There's a little bit left, so probably quite hard for the judges to spot. So he's just done those 2 figures and he's taking a break to reposition for the next. It may also be that he realizes he put them just a little bit too early in the box. Perhaps the rolls should have been more close to central, but either way, taking a break, reposition, get some height, start again when he feels comfortable, but the 2 half rolls are good. So the next figure is the stall turn. So Adrian bringing it round, having gained some good height. Bringing the aircraft round to enter from the other side to go into the stall turn with good energy to be able to make a nice clean stall turn. Here's the wing rocks. And the dive. Stall turn. Straight up. Nice clean line on the way up. Good rotation. A little bit of a short line on the way down, but it was straight. And now up into the goldfish, half roll. Pulling it round. 45-degree line, hold that 45-degree line. Push off with enough energy to do the 180. Is he going to go towards or away in the 180? Make your mind up. Towards. Here he comes. Nicely done. And now the down version. So down 45, pulling it up round into the looping segment of the goldfish. Nicely done. Holding the line, half roll, and out level and wing rocks. Beautiful figure, very nicely flown, that last figure, and the 180 turn, very good. So that is Adrian done. So taking 2 breaks to reposition, gain some height, get some energy. Very sensible, very well planned, and actually placed those last 4 figures right in front of the judges. So that was a very nice placement for those last 4 figures. Because I think the rolls were a little bit too far to the left. It's always tricky trying to judge how strong the wind is, because if you undercook it, you can end up being pushed out of the back of the box. But if you overcompensate, you're too far to the left. Got to try and find that middle ground. And every aircraft is different and every sequence is different, so it really is just judgment on the day. Being aware as you fly around the box of where you are, where you've ended up, despite your best intentions. So, Adrian will be cooling it down, calming down, going round to land again. Whilst taking off into the box is Paul O'Connor from Ireland in his Laser 200. Fantastically capable aircraft with 4 cylinders. And he's recently got into aerobatics, and not a huge aerobatics scene in Ireland, but some good pilots who've flown in previous Opens. So we're very happy to have Paul here flying with us today, this week. So a very different set of challenges for him than there were for Adrian and Toby in the T67, despite the fact it's exactly the same sequence. So slowing the aircraft down for Paul will be a very different experience than it was for Adrian. He won't have a problem getting height, finding height, but slowing it down and making it stop and spin where he wants it is a challenge. And then stopping it bang on axis after 1.5 rotations, that spin, and then keeping all the figures neatly in the center and on heading so that the rolls don't take him off heading. So these are all challenges that he'll be weighing up as he flies around this box to get himself to the right height and position to dive in for this unknown, this second unknown. Doing a good job so far in the contest. Still all to play for, only halfway through. So he'll be doing his safety figures. Nicely in the center of the box. Yeah, you can see that the wind is appreciable. He's probably moved 50 meters just in that climbing line and another 50 meters in that descending line. So there's 100 meters of drift on an upright maneuver. And things like a spin, anything where the power is reduced, and you will be drifting. So you have to then account for that. So we've got the spin, which will be drift, and the stall turn, which will be drift. And then obviously when he's flying downwind, he'll be flying faster than when he's flying upwind, even on the same power setting. So he has to take account for that when he's planning where to start a maneuver. Probably need to wait another beat, another second heading into wind before you begin that maneuver, just to give yourself the spacing to keep it all in the middle. Anyway, he's coming in now. There's one wing rock, there's two, little dive, third wing rock, let's fly. It's Paul O'Connor, Sports Unknown 2 Figure 1, 45 climbing line, setting himself up for the spin, capping off, removing the power into a rather dynamic spin that's just overcooked. Probably didn't let it fall into the spin, probably pushed it into the spin a little bit. Either way, it was quite dynamic. So he's now pulling it round into this S-bend. He should use this to reposition himself to the left. He's got himself a little bit far down to the right, not too bad, but he now needs to make this a large rotation so that he can gain some box back. Then he'll need to get on with these two rolls. No, he's seen where he is, he's taken a wing rock. There you go. So he realized that he got himself down the far end of the box, downwind, and he was heading downwind for the next figure. So he's going to reposition and then come back in and then do those two half rolls before the center of the box so that he can do the stall turn just after the center of the box, both of which will be nicely then positioned for the judges. So that's good presence of mind to make that decision to break then. But now he has to replan the sequence, has to work out where he wants to start, therefore where he needs to dive in from. All takes a cool, calm head in the middle of a quite intense sequence. So, looking to restart figure 4. Here's the first wing rock, second wing rock, bit of a dive, third wing rock, doesn't need much. Yes. And here he goes. One half roll, two half rolls, and then stall turn, bang in the middle of the box. Nice. Sorry, it's the half Cuban. Quite right. Half roll. And now it's the stall turn. Little bit off axis, needs to fix that on the way out of the stall turn. Nice straight line. Wind moving him, but the line is straight. That's a good stall turn. Nice straight line before you break it. Very good. Pulling out and now up into the up goldfish. Half roll, hold the line, pulling round. Nice looping shape. And then back up the other side into the 45-degree line. Pushing off, maintaining enough speed to be able to do a 180. Is he going to go towards or away? Left or right? What's the plan, Paul? Left, towards. Nice clean 180 on heading, roll back, wings level. And now the down goldfish, nice 45-degree line down into an even looping segment. It's a little bit short on the down line, so he's a little bit low on speed, but he's doing a nice job floating that to maintain the shape. Half roll, hold the line, pull out, wing rocks, and that is the sequence. Good job, Paul. So some good presence of mind there to adjust for things that happen as they go. So just after that 180 roll, that down line was quite short, which in itself isn't a problem, but it means that the speed was a little bit low, so it didn't have that much energy to make a nice round shape. Whereas if he'd extended that line just a little, another second, another 2 seconds longer, would have had another 10-15 miles an hour, another 10-15 knots, given him the energy to make a nicer shape. But as it was, it meant that as he crested over the top of that loop, he just had to push the stick forward to just float it to maintain that shape, which he did. So the judges are not measuring speed, they are measuring shape. So from the judge's perspective, that would have been fine. But if he extended that line into it, would have given him a bit more energy, made it easier. But a good job. He realised what was happening, accounted for it. So very good job there from Paul as he cools down and gets it back on the ground. We have two more, and taking off now is our next competitor, Alex Kwesi in his Pitts S1. Another S1S, fixed pitch, 180 horsepower. Someone once called the S1 an angry bee because they're small and buzzy and whiz around, spinning and looping. So Alex has done some good flying in this contest so far. Let's see how he tackles this unknown sequence with the 1.5 turn spin. So on the one hand, a 1.5 turn gives you a little bit more time than doing a single turn spin, but on the other hand, the aircraft winds up, gets faster as it goes round, so then a little bit harder to stop. So it's a challenge, but the Pitts loves to spin. They are aerodynamically easy to put into spins and easy to take out, but that means as a pilot you need to absolutely be on it, and it's all about timing so that you're not descending when you enter the spin and you're not climbing. So you need to be able to smoothly take off the power whilst drawing a level straight line. Even though the incidence of the plane is increasing, you need to be not climbing or descending. And that is the challenge with initiating a spin, left or right. Here are his safety maneuvers. Just checking his straps are on. Every flight, always do it. Even training flights, in fact every aerobatic flight, you always do this. The first thing you do, turn it upside down, make sure everything's as it should be. You do not want to discover that your harness wasn't properly done up halfway around some complex inverted mad cow you want to find that out when you're just doing a simple half roll and it doesn't feel tight. So you roll it up, tighten the straps, good to go. So in the high performance extras, there are actually 2 lap belts, one with ratchet on it and one without, and that's simply a backup belt. So if the ratchet fails, there is a backup belt. So you've got double harness across your hips, harness obviously over each shoulder, and then one between your legs going downwards for negative G. 7-point harness. You really do not want to move out of your seat. So I would not describe any of these aerobatic aircraft as comfortable. Perhaps the extra NG is the only one that can even get close. These are not comfortable aircraft, they are competition aircraft. And so you tend to be sitting on your parachute or on a hard metal tray. So he's doing his safety maneuvers. Second safety maneuver. A nice stall turn, and you can still see against the broader backdrop, you may not be able to see it on the camera, that the wind is moving them left to right. It's probably about 15-20 knots up there, and that is a learning procedure. It will help with the spin. Apologies, there is a helicopter taking off nearby. It will help with the spin. But makes placing the figures a little bit more problematic because you have to take that into account. So Alex is repositioning his pits to get to his preferred start height and position, getting ready to dive in for this second unknown sports sequence at the British Open. Helicopter will be gone momentarily. And it may be that his wing rocks ready to dive in, and here he is, third wing rock. So this is Alex Quessy, Sports Unknown 2, Figure 1, let's fly. 45 degrees, capping off, ready for the spin. Power off, left foot spin, in it goes, winds up, nicely controlled, stopped 1.5, a little bit of a short line after, but good enough, up to the 45, cap off, level, nice and sharp, and half roll down, and back up, 45, half roll again, and then smoothly round, nice round shape, and then to level, and then 2 half rolls, and like all the other competitors, deciding to take a break at this point. believing perhaps that he wouldn't be able to get the 2 half rolls and the next figure in. But no penalty for taking a break. He is going to maneuver around to the other side of the box, get himself ready to dive in to do figure 4. The 2 half rolls followed by the Cuban, after which he does the stall turn back into wind. So with that strong wind, feels like all the competitors have decided that they can't fit in, or they can't risk doing figure 4 and 5 because they'll get too far out of the box, blown by the wind, and then end up having to come all the way back to the upwind side of the box to do the stall turn. So better take a break, reposition, position that roll in the Cuban more central, and then better for the judges to score. So just finding himself the right line to fly onto. So he's coming in, choosing the line quite sort of 3/4 the way into the box. And there's 1 wing rock, 2 wing rocks, a little bit of a dive, doesn't need much speed. 3rd wing rock, starting again, half roll, 2nd half roll, and then going into the Cuban, pulling it up round. Needs to pull more, otherwise it's a little bit pinched at the top. No, nicely floated. Then there's a 45-degree line, half roll, pull it level, and now straight into the stall turn. Straight up, nice vertical line with a pivot at the top. Very good. And now a straight line down, don't break it, that's good. Very good line. Pulling out, and then up into the up goldfish, up 45. Half roll, smoothly pulling it round and making sure you get a nice good line on the up 45 to get some box back. Cap it off, and then I would wait before doing the roller, before doing the turn. And are you going to go left or right? Coming towards, turn left, perhaps. Positioning himself upwind and going left towards. Very good. Good presence of mind, understanding where he is in the box. Coming round so that he's set up nicely for the down version of the goldfish. Nice 45, could have been longer. Yeah, a bit short there, so this is going to be a little bit low on energy. Yeah, slows right down. Got to float that top, a little bit pinched, a little bit low on energy. Half roll, pause, and pull out. End of sequence. So some good thinking there on the box in terms of box position, in terms of where he is in order to extend his line. He's flying into wind and take a break. Just got caught out a little bit on that last goldfish where the down line needed to be just a little bit longer, a bit more speed, a bit more energy to be able to make a nice shape on that looping segment. But pretty good job overall, no major problems, good spin. Pizzas love to start a spin, and it came straight out on axis, so a very good job of that. So Alex will be cooling it down, getting back into circuit flying mode, bring it back in. Apologies again for that interruption. Same helicopter returned. So we now have Barbara Blythe, who is flying her extra 330 LX, well, not hers, but one she is flying, and coming in to do this sports sequence. A little bit tentative. I'm just wondering if she's waiting for something, possibly for the helicopter to shut down. Okay, here we go. 2 half rolls. Might just have been tightening up her harness. That's a bit better. So, Bob's been flying a number of years. She's been doing a good job so far. A couple of issues in the last couple of sequences, but hopefully she can conquer this. So the aircraft is supremely within its limits, but it's really for her to bring it under control and to make it spin when she wants it to spin, and to make it stop spinning when she wants it to stop spinning, and to keep it on axis and in front of the judges. And actually that can be as challenging with a high-powered aircraft as it can with a low-powered aircraft, because obviously every second that she's not doing something, she'll be traveling at least 100 meters, if not 150 meters. So she has to act a little bit more quickly than people in lower powered aircraft, because she will be traveling around the box at 140, 150 knots. So she's getting herself lined up and ready to come in from the right for this sequence. And this sequence does start with a 45-degree upline, and that's principally for the low-powered aircraft to gain some height for the spin. Obviously with this extra that won't be an issue, but she still has to fly it accurately, and actually stopping the aircraft, slowing it down after a 45-degree line is not straightforward, because it still has quite a lot of energy. So she needs to make sure she doesn't come in with too much energy. So here is the wing rock, 2 wing rocks, little bit of a dive, not too much. So Barbara Blythe, unknown 2 sports, 45 degrees. Cap it off and do a spin. 1.5 turns. Little bit overcooked, but nice straight line afterwards. Back up to the 45. Very good. Push that off level without taking up too much box, and then half roll and pull down into this S. Keeping nicely on axis, looking where she's going as she comes around, back up to the 45, half roll, don't wait too long, half roll, a little bit of a bobble after that half roll, a little bit steep after, smoothly round, much bigger shape than the other aircraft, and now 2 of 2, half roll, and she is going to take a break. Well, I'm not convinced that she needed to take a break. She could have got round that Cuban really quite easily within the space, but brakes are free. Why not take one? She can get herself round, reposition, and place that 2 of 2 a little bit earlier in the box so that the Cuban is also earlier in the box. The wind more significant today than it has been the last 2 days, so making itself known in the box. So here she comes to restart. 1 wing rock, 2 ring rocks, 3 ring rocks, and here we are. Into that Cuban, a nice looping section. Hold the 45. A little bit of a short line after. Straight up into the stall turn. Nice long line on that stall turn. Kick it round. Nice straight line on the way down. Don't break it. Hold the line. That's it. And then pull out. And then up into the up goldfish. Up 45. Half roll. And pull round. That was nicely done, nicely timed half roll, didn't wait too long. Back up the other side. 45 degrees, bit shallow. And then cap off. A little bit of a soft cap off there. And then 180, so not really a straight line before the cap off. Need to show the end of that line. Now push down smartly, a little bit soft on the push down as well, and plenty of energy though to do this without having done a long line. Don't pinch it, float it. 45 down, half roll, bit early, long after, and that's the sequence. So Barbara doing a reasonable job there. Just a little bit, needs to pay attention a little bit more to capping off. So when you do a 45 degree line up, you need to then show the judges this is the end of the line. Sort of a sharp push forward so that it's very clear where the end of the line is. And she was sort of, didn't do that, and it sort of blended, and before we knew that the line had ended, she was into the 180 turn and also on the way down. It's overemphasizing what in the cockpit feels perfectly reasonable. You need to overemphasize so that people 1,000 meters away, where the judges are, can see. So that was the last pilot in the sports level. So we will now be moving on to the intermediates for their final sequence. So they've already flown today, but they're now doing their third unknown. So we will be watching them shortly. So welcome back to the British Aerobatics Open and National Championships here at Sywell, where we are doing the Advanced Unknown 2. In the air we have Ben Filer. In the extra 330LX. And he is flying the low lines so that the judges are reoriented to the height of the bottom of the box. Whereas they have been at 1,000 feet with the sports pilots, the bottom of the box is now 660 feet for the advanced pilots. So that's what Ben is flying to show the judges where that height is from their perspective. And he's doing it at the front of the box, the middle of the box, and the end of the box. And then he'll come back round and do the disqualification height, which is 330 feet for advanced pilots. All part of the safety strategy to make sure everyone is flying safely and perfectly within their personal capabilities. Strictly measured, strictly controlled. And if the judges see anyone flying in a way that they are not happy with, I think looks unsafe in any way, then 3 words on the radio: land, land, land. No debates, no disputes. The pilot gets the plane down on the ground and we discuss it afterwards. And that is an international aerobatic safety procedure that we all adhere to and prevents anybody carrying on when they feel that they've got it under control, but everyone else can clearly see that they haven't. This is just all part of keeping the sport as safe as possible. Sometimes things can be very evident on the ground, but they aren't in the air. And last year we had someone where a small piece of their plane fell off halfway around the sequence. Just led to a slight imbalance in the ailerons, but it was not. So here are the wing rocks for Ben Filer. Advanced Unknown. So Benfiler has decided to wing rock out of that. Wing rocking in to start again at the next figure. Much closer in. Pulling up. Tail slide. Very nicely done. Pulling out, and now for a repositioning Humpty. One assumes he will turn left. No, he's going to go towards. He's already quite close. Actually needs to make this a small radius at the top. He's right at the front of the box, which is probably not where he wants to be for the spin, so he needs to use the next 3/4 roll. Good. Yeah, now he's going to move away. Put himself into a slightly better position. This double Humpty, 1/4 roll. Big G at the bottom here. Pulling up, 2 of 8. And deciding to push the spin on the way up. And this is a 1 1/4 negative spin. There it is. Nicely flown, slightly negative on the line down. And then looping segment, big G at the bottom. And then whole mess of rolls, 3 half rolls, and then a 1 1/2 roll ending up inverted. There's the 3rd half roll now, 1 1/2 the other way. 1, 2, 3. Nicely. And then enough energy to push up to a 45 and loop round. Use this loop to move yourself a little bit closer, which he is doing. Just slide in the air slightly towards us. And as he comes out of that, 4 half rolls for this not quite mad cow, but similar. Pulling up with a positive 1 1/2 flick at the top. Needs enough speed to make this go. 1 1/2 flicks, nicely done. 2/4 rolls, there they are. And again, pushing up, 45, using this to change, if he needs to, his positioning. And as he comes out of this, he will do a half roll to inverted, setting himself up for a big push. 2, 3, 4, 7, 8-point roll, and then push. He has to give enough push on this to get round with speed. Outside loop, 3/4 of an outside loop, nicely flown. Bang on axis, very good. Clean line down, and then pulling round to the specs. Round, making a nice shape with the 2/4 rolls on the way down. 1, 2, and then pulling up to a stall turn with 2/4 rolls on the way up. So he's got to keep this line clean. 1, 2/4 rolls, that's very good. And then keep the line clean, and he's got to do a 3/4 positive flick on the way down. Slightly early on the stall turn, bridged it a little bit, and then punch this flick, 3/4 flick, pretty good, a bit negative on the way down, pulling out to complete the sequence. Wing rock, there we go. So, pretty good effort. Took a break after figure 4, feeling that he got too far over to the right. Pretty good effort on the first few figures. Did the inverted 1 1/4 spin quite well. There's a lot in this sequence, in this unknown. Starts with that nasty P-loop with an avalanche at the top of it, straight into crossbox, push Humpty, and then an awkwardly rolling entry and exit for a push half loop. So there are 2 big pushes here in this sequence. One near the front, figure 3, big push half loop up. You've got to keep enough speed, you've got to push hard enough speed at the top to complete those rolls with sense, and then have enough speed to pull up into a stall turn. And then right at the end there you saw that big figure of 8 that starts with an 8-point roll inverted to inverted, quite tricky to keep on axis, and then having enough speed to push it all the way around in a nice shape. And then that final stall turn has got that awkward 3/4 flick on the way down. So there's a lot of rolls, a lot of things to think about in this sequence. Ben had the measure of it, which is very good to see. As he taxis his the 330 LX of Ultimate Aerobatics back down the hard runway with its characteristic stripy prop making pretty target patterns. Based at White Waltham, Ultimate Aerobatics, run by Mike Collett, aerobatic pilot. Probably the closest aerobatic school to London. Very accessible, nice airfield. It's also got a pits, two-seat pitses, so a great place to start your aerobatic journey, as well as, like Ben, take it up to the top levels. So we await Gary Frederick as our next pilot to take on this quite technical unknown for advanced pilots. It's their 3rd unknown. They did 2 yesterday. It's had a busy day yesterday, and only 1 sequence today, but it's a testing one. Lots to think about positioning wise, about where using these Humpty bumps to reposition you, move around the box to counteract what the wind is doing to you, give yourself enough space to fly these without rushing. And then there are a number of these figures that are just, they're called low K figures, which are sort of linking figures in between the complicated ones, that really you can bend and mangle because they're very low score. So even if you get a 5 or a 6 for them, it makes very little impact if it sets you up correctly for a 30K figure, which you get an extra point for. That's a lot better. Lose 1 point on a 5K, gain a point on a 30K is obviously 6 times more profitable. So all those kind of calculations have to be made on the ground before you get in the air. You can't be at that level of extraction in the air. So taking off now is Gary Frederick in this extra 330LX. The aircraft is based at Slate and belongs to Nick Wakefield, who does aerobatic and upset recovery training in it. Exactly the same setup as Ben Filer's aircraft, the grey one. 315 horsepower, 6-cylinder. the workhorse of the extra range. Many, many examples of these aircraft all over the world doing exactly this. Hugely capable. And Gary will be setting himself up for his safety figures. And quite possibly giving us his characteristic tight G-turns to warm up his G muscles. We'll see if he does that. Half rolls. Check the harnesses. Here are those tight G-turns. So pilots and extras typically set their RPM to about 2400, maybe 2450, which means that they're not getting full power out of the aircraft, but at this altitude, full power out of an extra is too much power. Not only do they make a lot of noise, they will accelerate too quickly, give you too long lines. So you need that full power for when you go somewhere very hot, the air is thinner, and you have an unlimited unknown sequence. Then you go to full power because you need every inch of it. But given where we are now, I would anticipate 2400 RPM, and then they're designed to be able to accept full throttle at that point. And the throttles are not small vernier gauges like they are in normal aircraft, normal private Cessnas, and so they are a stick, like a handle on the left. And the pilots pull and push because you need to be able to switch it off and put it full on instantly. A vertical line on his safety maneuver. Very tight arc at the top of that Humpty Bump. Just checking where he ends up. He knows where he pulled up. Where does he end up? Where does the wind push him? And he'll do, this is what Gary always does. He does this figure of 8 without any rolls. So this next one is a push. So, oh, that's -5, 6G, oh, -6G over the top, and then floating, G all falls off to 0. A little bit of a float, a little bit of weightlessness, and then down the other side, 1G, and then about 3 or 4G as he comes steady. So, a good G warm-up, that particular maneuver that Gary seems to do before every flight. Just making sure he is properly warmed up. So this is the final sequence for the advanced participants. Once they complete this sequence, their competition will be done, and they can sit back and watch tomorrow's flying, enjoy the freestyle, and the unlimited doing their third unknown, and intermediates doing their third unknown. Or is it sports? I think it might be sports doing their third unknown, because they managed to get ahead and do an extra one yesterday. They've got one today and none tomorrow. So it's all to play for, Gary. And I suspect a clean flight on this will put you in very good stead, because it's a tricky sequence with lots of gotchas. Here comes Gary Frederick. Gary Frederick, advanced unknown 3, figure 1, let's fly. Double roll, very clean, straight up into the P-loop, avalanche, flick at the top of this P-loop. Nicely done, keep the shape going, a little bit pinched. And now he has pulled up into the Humpty. He's going to push over the top here and then do a 3/4 roll on the other side. 3/4 roll which way? Yes, going that way. And then quarter, 3/4 roll combination. Sorry. So I think Gary went off piste there a little bit. Should have been into a half loop up with a quarter 3 or 4 on the way in. So that is just a complete brain blank as he came out of that Humpty bump. It's always tough when the first couple of figures are very complex, lots of things going on. You're so focused on getting them right, you come out of them, the sense of relief is wonderful, instantly followed by, oh my goodness, what is it I'm supposed to be doing next? And it only takes a second of mind blankness to really mess you up. So he'll be thinking now where he's got to restart. So I suspect at figure 3, because the figure he flew will be treated as an insertion. So we'll see though. We'll see what he's thinking. He'll have the sequence in front of him. He'll make a choice. Figure 3 would be smart. Here he comes, wing rocks. We'll see what he does. That's figure 3, big push up, and he's got to have enough speed to do 2 half rolls and then 4 of 8 ending inverted. 1 half roll, 2 half rolls, and then 4 of 8 the other way. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then he's got to have enough speed to go up, quite quick, into a stall turn. Doesn't have to be long, just has to be accurate, and there it is. A little bit of a correction at the top. No, not enough speed. That really hasn't gone according to plan. That looks to me like a G problem. That might have been a little bit of a blank out after the push. So having done the push and then pushed again up into the stall turn, he really was not fully in control of what he was doing. A little bit of a moment where his brain said, not today, thank you very much. So this is now a decision. What's he going to do? Is he going to come in to do the, yes, really determined entry to do the, I'm hoping, to do the tail slide, figure 5. Let's see, which should be dead center. Straight up, canopy down, tail slide. So he'll want to slide the aircraft backwards and then fall backwards. Beautifully done. Absolutely textbook tail slide. Well done, Gary. And then going up into a Humpty quarter roll. He's going away because he's already a little bit close. So going into this quite complicated sequence. Another quarter roll to bring him back, coming this way. And then he will pick his moment to go up. Is he going to punch it downwind? He is going to wait, punch it downwind a little bit, go up and do a 3/4 roll, and then pull away over the top of this Humpty, do a 1/4 roll back onto the axis, into wind. There we go, into wind. Bit of a G pull here, and then back up to do the spin with 2/8 of a roll on the way up, and to do the spin coming towards, probably not the best way, but good enough if he goes straight into the spin, which he does. This is a 1 1/4 inverted spin. Just held it, and a big loop at the bottom, not too big, but enough speed to be able to do some rolls at the top. 3 half rolls followed by a 1 1/2 roll ending inverted. 2, 3, and then 1 1/2 rolls, 1 1/2 rolls ending inverted, slightly off axis. You can fix that in the next maneuver. Push up. Now spot where you are and wrangle it round to get back on axis. That's it. He's pointing back into the box. And now 4 half rolls. 1, 2, 3, 4. Pull up. And then a 1 1/2 flick. He's very close, too close, I would say. 1 1/2, followed by 2/4 rolls. 1, 2. Now he's got another figure in which he can really, if I were him, put some booty rudder in and move himself away from the judges. You can see exactly where he is. He's upside down. Move to bit of right rudder, there it is. Now 1, 2, 8-point roll, nicely executed, and a big push, and a little bit pushing away so that he comes over the top and heads away. Now a little bit of left rudder, just a little bit of left rudder to head away. Yes, that's it, very good. Take it easy and then pull it up. A little bit of left aileron. That's it. Over the top and then back down the other side. 45 degrees, 2/4 rolls. 1, 2. See, he's positioning his back on now. Get enough speed. Pull out. Straight up into a stall turn with 2/4 rolls on the way in. 1, 2. Nice, clean stall turn. Wait for it. A little bit early, but not too bad. And then a 3/4 pos flick on the way down. Here we go. 3/4. Hold it and pull out. Wing rocks. Well done, Gary. That was tough. So that is a technical sequence. Good pilot, Gary managed to pull it back together again. After that, figure 2, which seemed to confuse him, or at least the brain went blank just momentarily, and he started flying someone else's sequence. Did a loop of some kind. So he'll get a penalty for an insertion. What I think they may have to review it on video to see whether he completed that figure before he did the insertion, or whether they think he started the next figure. That depends. If they think he started figure 3, then he'll 0 it. If he simply flew something different, that's called an insertion, different penalty, because he then came back and flew figure 3. He then had a little bit of a G moment after figure 3, pushing up into figure 4, and figure 4 he did not fly. So it was actually very wise to then just bin that, get himself sorted, come round, and then do one of the best tail slides we've seen all week. An absolute cracker. Perfect. Straight up, slid backwards, changed ends, and off we go. It was an absolute beauty. So good for you, Gary, for getting your head back in the game, keeping the focus, and continuing. Got a little bit close to the judges in the rest of the sequence. That's the problem with all those rolls off the top. Lots of half rolls, each individually is simple, but you put them all together and you can easily get a bit off axis, and then you end up flying too close to the judges and didn't really use the linking figures to get himself properly away. By the second one he did it, but that middle figure was still very close. That figure 10, very complex figure, but by figure 12 he'd managed to get himself so that his final figure was perfectly placed. So overall a very good effort, but his scores will be strongly affected by those hard zeros. And a happy squeal of tyres on tarmac as Gary brings home his 330LX for what I suspect might be a well-deserved cold beer for the end of his contest campaign. We have the contest dinner tonight, and the advanced pilots and the intermediate pilots will be off the hook, having completed their competitions. It'll be the sports and unlimited guys who will be holding back on the beers, because they will still have to fly, and the freestyle guys still have to fly tomorrow. Of course, we have freestyle Saturday. Tomorrow afternoon we will have the freestyle. Smoke on display flying with strict rules. It's not completely display flying. There are still height limits which are strictly adhered to, and a strict time limit, but apart from that, it's show us what you got. That's freestyle flying, and we will see what we've got. So I hear the dulcet sounds of Mr. Nick Riddin in his yellow peril, the one design. Burning into the sky, half the size of the extra you've just seen, so he has to fly a little bit lower, a little bit closer in so that we can see him cleanly, but he's got a very good colour scheme against a blue sky. Challenging sequence. Let's see if Nick can pull it out of the bag and fly it clean. Lots and lots of tricky bits and pieces in this. Figure one in itself, double roll pulling into a reverse P-loop with an avalanche, a full flick at the top. Tricky, because you can't come steaming in too fast because the double roll needs to be clean, but then you need a lot of speed to be able to make a nice looping segment. You've got to pick your height correctly because you will lose height when you come down. And then do you come away or go away or come towards? I suspect he may decide to come towards, being a small plane. It's all part of the planning on the ground, and we will see what Mr. Riddin has in store for us. Nick flies for Ascent flight training up at Cranwell. We're very kindly one of our sponsors. We're very appreciative of their support, and Nick's been a strong supporter of British Aerobatics for many years. Grateful to him, and to be working with the Air Force, albeit in a arm's length capacity through one of their suppliers, contractors. So Nick's coming in now doing his safety flying, just dipping up and down inverted just to check his harness is nice and tight. It may be that Nick will decide already to take a break, that he's going to take a break in the middle of this sequence, because the One Design is not blessed with massive performance to do a lot of these verticals. He will have worked through the sequence, maneuver by maneuver, work out what his heights are, where he has to start, and whether or not he needs to take a break to reposition. We shall see. Needs to have enough height to do the spin. It's a 1 1/4 inverted spin. And it may be that he might take a break before that. So, doing his safety checks high and close. Nice stall turn, but very high, but very lucky that it's a very brightly coloured yellow plane against the blue and white sky, easy to see. As Nick flies round to reposition himself for tipping in to start this third and final unknown as part of the National Championships. So as there are no foreign pilots competing in advanced this year, whoever it is that wins the National Championship at advanced will also be crowned the Open champion. They'll get a trophy to take away, keep forever. Whereas the National Championship trophy, they can put their name on, but they have to hand it back after a year. So here he comes. Double roll, pulling up, full flick, nicely done. Keep the shape of the P-loop going, down 2 of 8, and he's gone away. So he started close, gone away, and now he's mid-box. Little bit of a long line to get there, but he will make some of that back. He will do a half roll and push over the top to come back a little bit closer, and then do a 3/4 roll downwind and do this complicated quarter and then 3/4 the other way. Quarter one way, 1, 2, 3, and then push up. So he's going downwind, so really needs to push, -6, -7G, push at the top, and then 2 half rolls, 1, 2, and then 4 of 8 going the other way, 1, 2, 3, 4. Very good to inverted. Hold that inverted line, drive it into wind, give yourself some space without climbing, Nick. And now pushing up into a stall turn. Very good. Stall turn at the top. And now coming down a half flick. Unfortunately, Nick finds himself really quite a long way back. He's going to come into the tail slide, but he is about mid-box, but it's a small plane. Tail slide, canopy down, tail slide, so he needs to fall backwards, effectively slide down and fall backwards. Very good tail slide. And now pull out, and now he's quite far down to the right, needs to pull up straight away. He's getting to the back corner of the box, so he needs to find a way to come back. So can he use these Humpties to come back? He's going to punch well into wind, and he's cheating it forward. Very good, because we can't see that as judges. Up, 3/4 roll. Slightly overcooked, but all right. And then should have maybe tried to make a bigger loop at the top, and a 1/4 roll there. A little bit of a short line, keeping the height 2 of 8 to position himself for the spin. So that's good. So he's going to pull off, still a little bit far away, and he's going to go straight into the spin, a 1 1/4 negative spin. Very good. And now not much of a line, pull round. Big looping section. Has he got enough power to make it work? 3 of 2 at the top, 3 half rolls. 1, 2, 3, and then 1 1/2 rolls back. 1 1/2 to inverted. Very good. And now a linking maneuver up 45 and roll round, which he can use to move himself closer. So just a little bit of left aileron, slide across a little bit. He's done a little bit there, and now he has a double roll, and then 4 half rolls, and then pull up for this 1 1/2 snap at the top. Needs to have enough speed to do this. 1 1/2. Oh, and he's a bit off axis there, and he's got 2 1/4 rolls. He'll see he's off axis, so use, no, yes, no, what's he doing? So something went a little bit wrong there. Had to do a half roll, and he needs to get back on axis, which he's doing. Yes, half roll, and now he needs to push up. Not quite sure. Oh, it's figure of 8. Didn't look like there were any stops on that, and now he needs to use this to get back on axis. Lots of rudder at the top here. So he's back on axis, but a long way away, and pulls it up and over, a little bit big and off axis. And 2 of 4. First one was a bit short, pulling it out, and then straight up into stall turn with 2 1/4 rolls on the way up. 1, 2. Stall turn, and a 3/4 flick on the way down. And wing rocks. So he got round it. Not sure I would call that going to plan. Got very far away and ended up in the back corner of the box, and really struggled to bring it back, even though he had these 2 looping segments to give him the opportunity. Quite a few moments where the rolls just, if the rolls aren't completed crisply, you can end up flying off heading, especially when you come off the top of our looping segment and you're slow. The rolls are very soggy. It's difficult to make them accurate. Something went wrong at the top of figure 10. It was a 1.5 flick followed by 2/4 rolls, but then I saw him do a half roll, unless that was his 2/4 rolls, but without much of a stop. And then his 8 of 8, because he was so far away, was very difficult to see the stops. I didn't see them, but in a small plane that's in the back of the box, almost impossible to pick them up. So that's why I said at the start he needs to fly closer in and lower down than everybody else. A tough sequence, lots of technical bits and pieces in that sequence, but he got through it. I don't think he zeroed anything, but again, I'm not sure about that 8-point roll or the top of figure 10, how that will be perceived. Hard yards, but a good effort for Mr. Riddin. So the wind definitely not just going left to right, but blowing away from the judges. So I think Nick showed how that not only is pushing him to the right, but also to the back of the box. So he ended up in the back corner of the box, and it's very difficult without taking a break to have the presence of mind to work out how to drive back to the left and also closer in. Every maneuver you have to angle slightly differently, you have to do a bit of sliding, there's all sorts of things. When you see someone who's really good at that, you can almost see them fly on a day like this and think, oh, there's no wind, because they're just staying perfectly in front of the box. But the work that's going in the cockpit to make it look like that is tremendous, and that is one of those skills, wind management, that you have to learn, whilst also performing all these flicks and rolls and so forth in the right order, at the right height, with the right power setting, in the right place. It's a challenging sport, this. So Nick's coming round to land his one design on the hard runway. Slightly crabbed side-slipping approach that we all have to take in our tailwheel aerobatic aircraft. And being such a short coupled aircraft, it's always a little bit skittish on the ground till it slows down. Immaculate aircraft that Nick maintains, but small. So we have two more competitors in this advanced sequence. And here we have our next competitor. So this is David Hurd in his Edge 540. Now I was chatting to David last night in the bar, and he was telling me that, unlike what I said yesterday, this is not a 300 horsepower stock 540. This is the actual Red Bull race engine. So this was hand built by Lycon. They take a standard Lycoming block and they pimp it up so it has around 350 horsepower. So this has more horsepower than any other aircraft here today, and yet it is a smaller, lighter, meaner planform. So that is why it accelerates very quickly and goes faster. So it is a real racing machine. This is the same aircraft that was raced in the Red Bull Air Race by I think originally Kirby Chambliss and then Steve Jones. You may well have seen the races. It's actually been it won a race way back when, before they all moved to Edge V2s and V3s. This was the V1. Immaculate condition, low hours, despite being tuned to the nth degree. So very, very capable aircraft that David has got. Lovely bit of kit, and he's really got the hang of it. He's doing a lot of flying this year all around Europe. Member of the British advanced team, 2 world championships, really hoping to progress to unlimited, doing a good job at advanced. He's got the machine, he's got the focus. Let's see what he can make of this really quite technical third unknown. The unknown sequences typically do get more tricky. It's not a rule, but it just tends to be like that, and this one certainly is living up to that idea. Very technical, awkward, difficult to remember, a real test. So as David comes in to do his safety checks, he'll have been practicing this. So he has elected to do one of the figure of 8 style warm-ups. He's chosen the one where with the half rolls on it, so he's doing positive G all the way around. Gives him a good view of the box when he's upside down like this. Also gives him a good idea of what the wind's doing, how it's pushing him to the right, how it's pushing him left and right, forward and back rather, as well as warming up his G muscles. And then he'll do a vertical maneuver, either a stall turn or a Humpty Bump. Looks like a Humpty Bump, just to make sure things are all good. Very nice long straight lines up and down. There's a man who's warmed up G-wise. He just did an unplanned depth charge. Very nice stall turn. So half rolls both ways. Changed the rules a year or so ago to allow people to do as many half rolls as they want. It used to be very strictly controlled to 2, but then I think they realised that it really makes no difference, and if a pilot wants to do 3 or 4, then very good for them. It's not a warm-up competition, it's a aerobatic competition, and it's all about what happens in the sequence. So David's setting himself up to tip in for this third unknown, making sure he's at the right height. two-way communication with the judges. Every pilot has to be told the box is yours or the box is free before they can enter the box, so he'll already been told that. It's another safety check we have in place. And occasionally the judges say just give us a couple of minutes if they're shuffling their paperwork. Or this might be David just psyching himself up, making sure he's calm and focused and on point for this final sequence in his campaign. So I think that was the first wing rock. No, that's for the 3 wing rocks. So David Hurd, Advanced Unknown 3, Figure 1. Well, that's a rather unorthodox entry to Figure 1. There was no straight line. But anyway, he's back on track. Half roll. Pushing over. Calm down, David. You got it under control. 3/4 roll. Very good. And now this quarter, 3/4 roll. Push. Bang on axis. Just push, push, push. -7. Oh, -7. And now 2 half rolls. Very good. 1, 2, and 4 of 8 the other way. 1, 2, 3, 4. Inverted and then pushing up into a stall turn. Waiting sensibly to give himself a bit over to the right. Got plenty of time. Watching the ground, watching the markers. Pushing up towards the side of the box. Nice stall turn. And a half flick. Oh, a bit of a long line, bit of an awkward flick. Now, the stall, the tail slides straight up, and he's actually moved to the center of the box. The wind is pushing him back. He needs to be aware of that. So, canopy down, tail slide. That's a beauty. Big old slide on that. Very nice. Now straight up into this Humpty Bump to buy him some time. So quarter, and I do a big loop to come towards. He's making a small loop. No, he's making it big. But he's slightly off axis. He should be able to see to make sure he's on axis. Look, that's good. He's gained some space back in the box, back in mid-box. And now he needs to pick his moment, wait a bit, yes, punching it into wind before he comes up for this next Humpty, where there's a 3/4 roll. Very good. Just do very tight, not too far away. And then 1/4 roll. And then, yes, into wind with the bottom big looping section and the bottom. 2 of 8, and then pulling over the top for the 1 1/4 inverted spin. He's coming a little bit close. Tough to close this aircraft down. He's now over the front of the box. There's the spin. So that spin didn't go according to plan. He's off axis. So he is going to wing rock. No, he's just going to bin it. Two, 3. Inverted. Push up and round. So he binned that figure, the spin figure. Something went wrong with the spin, didn't enter properly. So now complex rolls, 4 half rolls into a tight. He's waiting, that's good. 1, 2, 3, 4, and pull up hard for a 1.5 flick. Got to have some speed at the top to make this flick work. 1.5 flick, go for it. 1.5. 2 of 4, slightly off axis, needs a bit of left foot and straight up, and he can use this to get himself back on axis, which he is doing. Very good. Now half roll, and now the 8-point roll. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Very good. And push, and he's managed to keep that in the box because he's heading into wind. Very good. Now make sure he doesn't go off piste. Yes, he's keeping this. Yeah, he's actually moving it a little bit further away, which is very good. Straight line down, and then on the next looping section I would also move it away, but actually he's now in a good spot. Moving up and over the top. That's it. Very good box maneuver. And then there's a 2 of 4, 2/4 rolls on the way down off the 45. 2. Pulls out, and then this big final stall turn. 2 of 4 on the way out. Quarter. Nice smooth stall turn at the top. And then a 3/4 positive flick on the way down. Kick it. Slightly overdone, but a nice flick, but slightly bobbled the ending. There is the win. So good effort by David. Got a bit bent out of shape. Figure 1, something went weird on the double roll. The very first roll went a bit weird, but we'll see what the judges make of that. The avalanche was good. Little bit of a repositioning moment midway through the sequence, and then the top of the spin, it felt as though coming off inverted the aircraft didn't slow down. So this is one of the things, if you don't cap off with almost no airspeed and just do a few meters of a straight line and fall into it, if you actually get some flying speed inverted at the top there, it's then very difficult to slow it down to stop, especially an aircraft like his. It just wants to fly, and so he ended up coming right over the front of the box, and then maybe that was what disturbed him, and then he didn't do a 1.25, he did, I think, 1.5, and ended up 90 degrees off axis. So he sort of binned it, turned left. He completed the rolls at the top, but the sequence was the figure was zeroed, and then continued with figure 9, and you could see him fighting with the wind, but he was fighting with the wind to keep himself in the perfect spot. He wasn't trying to claw back from miles away, so that was good. So kept his 8-point roll nice and close, easy to see the points. Lots to be happy about in that sequence, even though a few of the figures got away from him. Tough sequence as he brings his Edge 540 into land on the hard here at Sywell. He'll be looking forward to a cold glass of beer at the contest dinner tonight, once he's unstrapped and put the aircraft away in the hangar. His contest is over. All 4 flights complete. So, our next and final competitor at Advanced is Nick Wakefield, just taking off now in his extra 330 LX. We saw it being flown earlier by Gary Frederick. who had some trouble with a few of the maneuvers, a few of the figures. Let's see how Nick copes with it. Very experienced competitor. Has flown at unlimited. Great to see him back competing, which he does every now and then, showing us all how it should be done sometimes. Great supporter of the association, based at Slape. As he climbs to altitude, we will see this sequence for the last time. Tricky technical sequence, requires accurate rolling, constant understanding of where you are in the box, especially as there's now an appreciable wind at 20,000 feet, 20,000 at 2,000 feet. So we've had a tremendous day here at Sywell. Light winds, blue skies, very high wispy cloud. Ideal conditions for aerobatics in this beautiful airfield near Northampton. No Spitfires taking off or landing today, as there were earlier in the week. There's a couple of Spitfires and various other excellent warbirds based here at Sywell. But we are here to fly aerobatics. So Nick dives his 330LX into the aerobatic box to do some safety figures, just pulling into the vertical. There are only 2 or 3 approved figures that you're allowed to do before a sequence, purely for safety, to make sure your aircraft is working and you are working correctly. And every pilot uses them differently. You'll have seen Gary Frederick flying this very aircraft a few moments ago, doing an outside-inside figure of 8, doing high G turns, very tightly controlled. Nick has a more measured approach, both to the warm-up and to the flying, which can produce some excellent sequences. I've seen him beat all comers in my time, so let's hope Nick is on form today and it all comes together. Tricky sequence to do, but it is doable. So, first wing rock, second wing rock, third wing rock. So this is Nick Wakefield, Advanced Unknown 3, let's fly. Figure 1, P-loop, double roll, pulling up with an avalanche, a full flick at the top of this looping sector. A little bit early, but nicely controlled. Pulls round, 2 of 8 towards, and then pull up into push humpty, half roll, face away, push over the top, and then 3/4 roll to go, end up facing downwind. Very good, very nice, very neat. All the way, and now 1/4 one way, 3/4 the next way, push up, push hard, -7G, push, and then doing 2 half rolls followed by 4 of 8 the other way, 4/8 rolls the other way, 2, 3, 4, very nice, and then pushing up into a stall turn, a little bit of speed, and pushing into wind, very wise. He'll see where he is because he's upside down, he can see the ground, pushing up, waiting to the end of the box, pushing up, stall turn, and then a half flick on the way down this stall turn. A little bit of a wobble, but okay, and then coming in to the tail slide. So clean tail slide on the way up and way down, but canopy down. So we want this to slide backwards and then fall backwards. Slide backwards. Ooh, little bit of an off axis on that one. Didn't quite have it nailed, but managed to save it. And now a repositioning humpty, which he's gone into smartly. Positioning here is very good. Other pilots have got pushed further down. He's kept it. He's now mid-box. Another 1/4 roll to bring him back. And then he needs to pick his moment to go up for his humpty bump to set himself up for the spin. So he's waiting and pushing it into wind, then doing it here. So 3/4 roll, and he's going to come towards at the top of this humpty, but not too big a humpty, a very narrow radius at the top because he's in a good spot. 1/4 roll, and then tight bottom radius, and then 2/8 of a roll to set him up to come towards for the inverted spin. So he will cap off the top and then hopefully immediately fall into a spin. There he goes. 1 1/4. Very good. Pull round, tight radius, or certainly enough to give you speed to do 3 half rolls followed by a 1.5 roll the other way. 1, 2, 3, 1.5 roll, 1.5. Very good. And now this gash maneuver, as it were, linking figure, pushed up to the 45 and then looped down. He's in very good positionings, but he might cheat it closer just a little bit, and that's exactly what he's done. Just a little bit closer, and then he does this 4 half rolls, waiting again to go further into wind. 1, 2, 3, 4. Pull up tight, keep the speed on so that you can do a nice 1.5 flick at the top, pause flick, 1.5, and then 2/4 rolls, 1, 2 to inverted, and then another linking figure, pushing up 45 degrees, just giving himself space and time to think, using this to reposition himself left or right if he needs to, also to give him space to breathe. And he comes round, flips inverted, half roll, and then an 8-point roll inverted to inverted, waiting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Good. And then pushing up and then pushing straight, not going left or right, quite difficult to do, and he's done it very nicely there, and a good shape on that looping segment. Down 45, hold it, no rolls, and then bring it round for another looping segment over the top, this time pulling round to settle on the inverted 45 with 2/4 rolls to bring it upright. A little bit shallow, 4, pulling out and then up into the stall turn, 2/4 rolls, 1, 2. A stall turn and then a 3/4 flick on the way down. And coming towards, well, that could well be the winning sequence. That was very smooth, Mr. Wakefield. I would say he did pull it out of the bag. No obvious or major errors, little twiddles here and there, but really a very well flown sequence, nicely positioned. He managed to play his plan on the ground, worked. He kept it all nicely in front of the judges and didn't go off heading on any of these rolling sectors or flicks. So a very good job by Mr. Wakefield of that really tricky and quite technical advanced sequence. So that brings an end to the advanced pilots competition. So they've all flown a free known and 3 unknowns, 4 full sequences, plenty for the judges to get their teeth into and for the scores to do their magic, which will not be published until later tonight when they've all been checked, rechecked and triple checked, and then put through the statistical analysis to get rid of any anomalies, and then will be published either late tonight or first thing in the morning. In fact, they won't be published. We won't publish them until the awards ceremony at 5 o'clock tomorrow, Saturday. In fact, I remember the combined scores don't get published, so it's not official until it's announced with a podium and a medal. So we are now waiting for the intermediate team to do their final unknown. So this will be the intermediate pilots doing their 3rd sequence and completing their competition as well. So, here we are again for the intermediate pilots to fly their final sequence of the competition, their third unknown. Second of the day. They started this morning with their second unknown. They've had the rest of the day to prepare this unknown. So this has got some complexities right from the start. Figure 2 has a full flick. And then there's a inverted spin. Some half flicks on a rising 45. There's a 4-point roll at the top of a loop, always tricky. And then some complex rolling circles and half loops up with rolls at the top you've got to stay on axis for. 12 figures of concentration required. And our first pilot to attempt this is Thierry, Monsieur Schmidt de la Brelli, once again in his Pitts S1. He's had a bit of a tough time with some of the previous sequences, but fortune favours the bold in terms of their attitude with aerobatics. Bold attitude, careful planning, and careful and steady execution. So the fact that he's come back for more is a good sign. Take on the challenge of this tricky third unknown sequence, fourth sequence in the contest. Starts with a vertical line with a quarter roll and then pushes down to a 45 with a full flick. Got to maintain the line after the full flick. He is right now doing the low lines because of course we've just seen advanced who come down to 660, whereas intermediate only come down to 1,000 feet. So he is now flying I assume at 1,000 feet, which is effectively the bottom of the box for the pilots. They should not be flying lower than this, and he will be flying that at the front of the box, the middle of the box and the back of the box, so the judges get an idea. So the first pilot up has the job of flying these low lines, and it can be a good thing because you get more time in the air to get comfortable, and some people think it's a bad thing because it disrupts your concentration. So it depends which way you look at it. So Thierry is now coming in with the disqualification height. This is 660 feet. So this is the absolute lowest any of these intermediate pilots should fly. If they fly anywhere near this height or below, they are instantly disqualified. And that is why The judges need to know what height that is. There's an appreciable step between each of the levels. Sports to intermediate includes inverted spins and flicks and a number of roll combinations and more complexity in the sequences. And the step from intermediate to advanced introduces a different set of combination of maneuvers with more rolls, more negative G, and more complexity and spread in the G available, and a wider catalogue of figures. But the biggest step is probably from advanced to unlimited, which then opens the door to any number of combinations and vertical flicks flown on the vertical up, be they half flicks, 3/4 flicks, full flicks, or even 1 1/4 flicks. And as we've seen, things like mad cows, where you are pushing, and then doing neg flicks. So each level has a step that you need to practice and then be signed off at by the chairman of British Aerobatics. Needs to countersign. Even your coach, who is an approved authorizer of a certain level, that authorization needs to be signed off by the chairman. We take that kind of level approval very seriously, because it can obviously have a huge impact if people are permitted to fly at a level when they're not really genuinely ready. And genuinely ready doesn't mean you can fly those figures. It means you are safe. Even when things go wrong, you are confident and competent enough to cope with that and keep yourself out of trouble. That's the bottom line. It's not about quality or precision as much as it's about safety. So Thierry coming in to fly directly at the judges down the 1,000-foot line to show the judges where the centre of the box is from the back to the front. So this sequence starts with a cross box, so the pilots have to decide whether they're going to fly from behind the judges or towards the judges. Usually it's towards the judges so that they can see when you're coming in, because obviously if you're behind them and you wing rock, it's difficult for them to see, but it's not illegal. It just makes sense to fly towards them. And then he's going to pick his point at which he wants to go straight up, quarter roll, and then off downwind to do a flick downwind. So careful where he chooses to pull up, because going downwind in this wind will push you a long way downwind, and actually where you want to come back and do the flick, so has to be carefully planned before you get in the plane. So Thierry will hopefully have a plan for where he's going to put it, and we shall shortly see where that is, but he needs to do his safety figures first. So, Jerry is elected to fly from behind the judges. Thierry Schmidt-de-Labarelli, intermediate, unknown 3. Full flick. manoeuvre, a little bit off axis, going to do the spin. Very close to the judges for such a high manoeuvre. Hasn't judged this particularly well, and he's speeding up into wind, which is a good thing to place it into wind, but he's coming further and further towards the front of the box. 1.5 flick, and then back up to the 45. No, he's wing rocked out of that. He didn't like that. So not quite sure what happened there, but he started it from behind the judges and ended up doing the first figures almost on top of the judges, very, very near the front of the box, rather than just a little bit further away. And the spin, which is very, very high, 3,000 feet or so, very, very high, so all the judges having to crane their necks, and it was very hard for us to see what he'd actually done. So maybe he's repositioning to be a little bit further away. Very much depends what figure he's going to restart with. He might be restarting with figure 4. We shall see. If so, it would have to be an inverted slow start. So he's turning inverted. He's going to do wing rocks inverted. Needs to get on with them. 1, 2, 3, and then pull down a dead straight line. Probably not far enough into wind. Back up. 4. It's a late start on the 4. Short on the 4th. And shallow. And then there's a half roll and pull down, and he's right at the back corner of the box already. So he needs to find a way to pull himself back to the front of the box. Half roll. Bit of a late half roll, making a huge figure in the sky, which is no bad thing. Trying to gain some box, coming back round. You'll need to get on with the next figure very promptly. Pull up the 45, pull up, there you go. Half flick, bit short on the half flick, and pull round. Still in the back corner of the box, so he needs to wait and drive into wind before doing this next figure. Drive all the way into wind to the other side of the box before pulling up. That's more like it. And then at this side of the box, pulling up. Still probably could have gone further, but quarter roll. Pulling over to come closer, yes. And then another quarter roll to set him up for the loop. So he needs to do a loop, needs to start before the center of the box. There we go. And there's a 4-point roll at the top of the loop. 1, 2, 3, 4. He's managed that pretty well. And straight up into the Humpty. No waiting. The wind is pushing him to that far side. 2/8 short, and it's a push Humpty. He's a bit off axis. He needs to fix that. Yes, he has. And 2/8 there, and a short line after. And he needs to wait before he starts this, which is good. Drive into wind. There you go. Full roll, and then roll off the top. Pull it up, and then 3 half rolls at the top of this. He needs to pull it tight so he's got speed. 1, 2, 3, and then immediately start 2 of 4 and then pull it down and round. This is better. And now 2 half rolls. 1, there it is, 1, 2, and now he does his rolling turn, which is a 270 roller. Is he going to go towards? He's deciding to go away a little bit far, so he has to rotate 3 times whilst doing 270, so it's 45 for every half roll. So he's done 2 for 90. Keep the roll rate going. That's more of a turn. It's a very slow roll rate. Keep it going. Keep it going. More turn. 3. Now he's behind. Now a big turn for this last one. Very good. On axis. Wing rocks. 1, 2, 3. Very good. So an issue with the spin early on. Not quite sure what that issue was. Got himself out of position and then was not happy with the 1.5 inverted spin and where he was when he pulled up. He then repositioned and continued with the rest of the sequence in pretty good order, actually. So it's a shame because that spin is probably quite a high scoring figure. And that's why it's a high scoring figure, because it's tricky. Just learning how to get to the top of a line, pull off crisply, and then let the plane do its thing in a spin and place it where you want it to do it, and not let the aircraft tell you where it's going to spin, but you tell the aircraft. Controlling the aircraft at very low speed like that. It's all about planning, because the throttle can only do so much at low speed. So good effort from Thierry. Got caught out by that spin, and the wind is causing all sorts of difficulties. He ended up in that back corner, but he did manage to punch it back, pull it back both to the left and closer to the judges. So next to try their luck at this is Ruth Scott. I think John McCarthy has gone tech, so it'll be Ruth who's next in her one design, the red and white one design. See what she can make of this tricky sequence. Tricky right from the get-go, because you've got to position it right from the start. Getting that first figure in exactly the right place, given the conditions and the wind, is critical to then having a smooth remainder of the sequence. So we'll see what Ruth's plan is. Is she going to come from behind the judges, or is she going to come towards the judges, which would be my preference? Thierry elected to go from behind and ended up doing his first 2 maneuvers almost directly above the judges, but really very, very close and a bit too high, and that led to some of his problems with the spin. So we'll see what Ruth has. Of course, the wind, that would also be slightly into wind, although the wind is pretty much across the box. She, of course, first needs to come in and do her safety maneuvers. In this pretty little aircraft, the red and white one design based at White Waltham. But Rich Gale flew pretty well at sports. And with Ruth at the controls, it's doing an intermediate sequence. A little bit positive on the way down. Sorry, negative on the way down. I think I said this before, that they need to check what vertical looks like on the way up, on the way down, and get some wing sights to verify that every time they fly. So is that a wing rock? That is another wing rock. She is not doing safety maneuvers. She is doing wing rocks straight into take on, and she's elected to move well to the left, which is probably quite a good idea. Pulling up into figure 1, Ruth Scott, intermediate unknown 3. Quarter roll, pushing over the top, pushing down, 45, don't wait, don't wait. Nice crisp push, full flick, nice. And then pull up, otherwise, and she's already in the back corner of the box, so probably needed to shift the whole of this sequence closer in. So she's going to hopefully drive forward before she does the spin, but then that gives her the problem of how to slow down the aircraft. She needs to, I'd say, do it about now. There we go. 1.5 turn inverted spin, and she's done 1.25. So she's wing rocked out. So one of the problems with going into a spin when you say, no, I need to drive it further on, and you're there in this precarious, very slow inverted hold, trying desperately not to sink and to keep on axis, is that then when you cut the throttle, the plane continues to fly and kind of will spin when it feels it wants to spin, and then you've lost the focus on where the stops are, and as she's done, you come out after 1.25 instead of 1.5. Whereas perhaps if she'd started the sequence closer in and further upwind, she wouldn't have ended up having to drive it back. So that's about planning on the ground given the wind conditions, and understanding how long it does take you when you have a thought bubble, as she did before she pushed down into figure 2. She's going downwind with full throttle. That cost her 200 meters, maybe even 300 meters, and then the length of that line, that's another 500 meters. That's an entire box. So she ended up in the back corner. So she's coming into restart. I'm assuming she'll start at figure 4, which is where the previous pilot Thierry started again. So coming in high, she will go inverted and then have to do inverted wing rocks. Always a pleasure, inverted wing rocks. There she is. 1 wing rock, 2 wing rocks, 3 wing rocks. Very nicely done. And then at the prescribed moment, she is going to pull down a vertical line. I would have gone further into the box before I did that. And then up, 4-point roll. She will end up at the back. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold the line, hold the line. Now push off, and then straight into the next figure. Half roll and pull down. Now she has to drive all the way back, but she won't be able to in this figure. She'll only be able to get half the box. She's going up, half roll. Only needs to do half roll, otherwise it gets too long. A little bit of a long line before, although she's making a nice good long line after, so that is balanced. She's trying to claim as much box as possible, so make this one a small one if you want to claim the box. And then pull up into the next maneuver, which is half flick. Pull round. She is a little bit right, so restart should have been further to the left. Now she's got an opportunity to punch really far into wind before she does the next maneuver. Right, get herself right over to the left before she then pulls up. That's more like it. So she can pull up somewhere here. That's it. Do her quarter on the way up and quarter on the way down. She's electing to as a slightly overcooked quarter, but she will see that on the way down, and she will address it in the quarter roll on the way down. Now she's on axis. Now she's in a good spot to set herself up to do the loop, which she needs to initiate before she gets midway because of the wind. So good pull, and there's a 4-point roll at the top here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Very nicely done, very nicely balanced, good shape on the loop, very nicely flown loop. Now straight up, don't delay into this Humpty Bump. 2 of 8, she's going to go towards, good, towards, a little bit short on the 2 of 8. She'll straighten that out as she comes over the top, and then she needs to do a 2 of 8 here, 2 of 8, very good, and she comes back for this half loop up again. She needs to wait until she goes into wind, leave it a couple of seconds, full roll, and then pulling up into this half looping segment with 3 half rolls on the top. 1, 2, 3, nicely flown, and then straight into the next one. 2 of 4, 2 quarter rolls, don't wait, 2 of quarter rolls, pull down, and then 2 half rolls. Get on with it. That's a little bit late with the 2 half rolls, and now the rolling circle away, turning, rolling to the right, and you need to start it, don't delay. 1. Wow, that's a 90 degree. She doesn't need to do that, she needs to do 45. So the second sector was almost nothing. She's pulling too much and not pushing. So the second, the push rolls are doing 5 degrees and the pull rolls are doing 85 degrees. So that, and she therefore hasn't ended up on axis, she's off axis. So doing a really good job on the pull roll and not a good enough job on the push. You need more push there, Ruth. You need to make those push sectors as effective as the pull sectors, or in fact you need to make the pull sectors less effective. 45 degrees for every half roll. It's a really difficult thing to do, a rolling circle. They're nobody's favourite, and they always come at the end of a sequence, which is just when you're tired and you want to go home. So Ruth did a pretty good job there, got a little bit bent out of shape and repositioned on the spin, zeroed the spin, but has brought it back and done really quite a good job of the rest of the sequence. A very nice roll with a 4-point roll on the top of it, loop with a 4-point roll on top of it. Those are hard to do, to keep a shape, to have enough speed at the top, to have good controllability of the aircraft. So that was well flown and well positioned. So that section of the sequence was very good. It's a real shame she had a hard 0 on the spin, but it's a good effort. It's a tough sequence. I'm not sure that anyone has done a better job yet. So taking off, we have our final competitor of the day and of this intermediate final unknown, which is Jacob Hinson in his 300L, taking to the skies as Ruth calms her cylinders and herself down and lands her one design. So Jacob, final flourish, did a very good job on the last sequence. Local boy, self-made man, passionate about aviation. He was here with his little daughter last night, very little, pointing at aeroplanes that Daddy's mad about. So already up to altitude, no messing about. He will have a good look at the box and have a plan as to how he's going to address this sequence. Is he going to come towards for the opening or come from behind the judges? Strong suggestion would be to come towards, but he will have planned it his way. And then to just make sure he stays enough upwind and doesn't get dragged downwind, which the French call the black hole. The Paradise Garden is upwind and the Black Hole is downwind. When you can't, if the wind is strong, it's really hard to get out of. Whereas when you're upwind, all to play for. So he is going to do his warm-up maneuvers where he expects to start, which is from in front of the judges and about here. So very efficiently has done his warm-up maneuver and his start-up check and his half rolls all in one maneuver. Good stall turn, again showing that there is an appreciable wind pushing him left to right at that height of about 2,500 feet. So as he climbs back up to his start altitude and prepares to dive in. This figure 1 is just a setup for figure 2, which is pushing a down 45 downwind. So double whammy. You've got full chat, downwind, which takes about 500 meters, but you've also got the wind, so it'll probably take about 750 meters, which is 3/4 of a box. So you need to start that well to our left as we look at this, so that you don't end up in the black hole. There we go. He has moved it 150 meters to the left. Good for you. Here he comes. Jacob Hinson, intermediate unknown 3, let's fly. Figure 1. Quarter roll. Pushing off. Now he needs to get on with it. Push down to that 45. Don't wait. Push down. Push down. Don't wait. Full flick. Nicely flown. Now pull up to the 45. Little bit of a pause at the bottom of there. Very steep. Oh, he has forgotten where he is. He doesn't know where he is. Wing rocks, please, Jacob. If you don't know where you are, wing rock. Start again. Wing rocks. That is a think bubble right there. Where am I? What's going on? Good. And down. So punched it into the wind really quite a lot. Back up. There we go. Figure 5, this S figure. Pulling round. To downwind. And then pulling straight up. Positioning's pretty good. Half flick. And then pulling round this Cuban. And then again waiting as he goes into wind before he does this Humpty Bump. Pulling up. Quarter roll. As he pulls across the top, making sure he's in the right place to do the loop. So a little bit short on the line there, probably won't have as much speed as he anticipated. Pulling up for the loop with a 4-point roll at the top. 1, 2, 3, 4. A little bit early on the rolls. They were before the apex, but a good loop. And now straight up into 2 of 8 into the push humpty. And again, his positioning is good. He's keeping it out of the black hole. And now 2 of 8 and pulling out. Now again, waiting before he does the full roll. Just a couple of beats to give himself some more penetration into wind. Full roll and pulling up, and then 3 half rolls crisp at the top without changing direction. 2, 3. That's good. And then another 2 of 4. Get on with it. 2 of 4 and pull it down. That's it. And then 2 of 2 at the bottom. 2 half rolls at the bottom here. Half roll, half roll, setting himself up for this roller. Going away, one would hope. So 45 degrees on the first half roll, that's good. Moving to 90 on the second, slightly overdone it, but that's fine. Next 45. Keep the roll rate constant, doing a good job. Again, doing more on the pull sector than the push sector. So, did not complete that roller. So, about 30 degrees off for the final third of it. So, again, like Ruth Scott before him, doing much more work on the pull sector of the roller than the push sector. That's just practice. Feeling comfortable. It's a very uncomfortable feeling doing the roller, but generally a very good shape. A little bit of weirdness, figure 2 to 3 before the spin, but he pulled it back together again, did the spin, got it going. So that is our last pilot at intermediate and our last pilot of the day. So as we watch Jacob cool his cylinders and his head down, head back for tea and cakes, we will close proceedings here from the British Open and National Championships at Sywell. See you tomorrow. So here we are at the end of day 3, and we're just going to walk you through the scores up to the end of the second sequence. So just give you a sense of where we are in the competition based on the scores of the known figure, the known sequence, and unknown 1 and unknown 2, and then what you've seen today, unknown 3, and the final 2 flights tomorrow will then dictate how these scores then change. So these are not final, but they are where we're at in the score. So in the sports, at the sports level, Rich Gale is out in front, 78%. It's a very, very good score over 3 sequences, closely followed by Toby in the T67, who's been flying very nicely, and then close behind him is Tom Milson. Then a little bit of a gap with Matt, and then quite a significant gap to Paul, Adrian, Barbara and Alex. Now what that means is, based on the next sequence, the final sequence, those top 4 pilots could easily change position. I'm not sure that Matt could leap up into first place, but between the top 3 it's anybody's game. So depending on how they scored in that final sequence, we don't know which of those 3 will claim the title, but it's probably one of those 3. But it's all up for grabs. So moving on to the intermediate scores, we will see where we are. So at the intermediate level, after yesterday there was a dramatically clear winner. Jacob was far and away in the lead with an extremely good score of 72.6, with Ruth, John and Thierry in the 40s. Now John's aircraft has gone tech, so he did not take part in the last 2 sequences, but Ruth and Thierry did. So it's unlikely that either of those 2 will pip Jacob, but you never know. Depending on how Jacob did, his scores turned out, and how Ruth's scores and Thierry's scores turned out, it could be a lot closer than it looks. Only takes a couple of errors, couple of hard zeros, and things can change quite dramatically. So we shall see. But Jacob far out in front at the moment in intermediate. So moving on to the advanced. So currently it's pretty tight at the top. So Nick Wakefield is just in front after the first 2 unknowns and the known with 70%, very, very closely followed by David Hurd, and then not that far behind Ben Filer. So the top 3 are easily within striking distance, depending on how this third unknown sequence went. Gary at 52 and Nick at 36, unlikely to be able to get back up to the top, but then again, you never know, depending on how this final unknown sequence goes, how that board will turn. But the leader likely to be from either Nick, David Hurd or Ben Filer. We shall see. So moving up to unlimited. So this, I'll just say it again, are the scores after 2 unknowns and 1 free known. So here we have a clear lead, not that much of a lead, of Cyrielle Talon from Luxembourg, closely followed by Katerina Volkova from the US, and not that far behind Steve Bakhtiari, having a phenomenal first national championships outing at Unlimited, and again not far behind that David Thompson. Barry a little bit further away, and then Philippe not having a good time, neither is Chris Brook. So depending on how that third unknown goes, the top to me looks pretty wide open. It could go any way. Any number of the top 5 pilots could grab it, because that's a 10-point swing. It could go any way. That is really quite tight for the top spot. And those are the scores on the doors for the British Open and national championships. And tomorrow we will get the final sequence for sports and unlimited, and then we will be doing the freestyle. And just to remind you that the freestyle is a separate competition, separate scoring, has no impact on the scores you've just seen, which is for the what we call the arrestee competition, the precision flying competition. So those are the scores at the end of this day 3 of the British Open.